This one's going to be a rough challenge, but tonight we're starting a brand new Zelda challenge, not just to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the Legend of Zelda franchise, but also another game is turning 20 years old in particular in the franchise, and that's the one we're playing tonight. We're playing Twilight Princess, but this won't be any normal playthrough. It's going to be a rough one because this one is one-hit KO. So there's a little bit of backstory to go into here for this one, because if you're a regular of the streams over the past, I'd say around 8 or so years, you might have seen a challenge run of Twilight Princess from me already. But if you haven't, there's a little bit of catching up to do. About 8 years ago, so this was around 2018, somewhere around there, I did what I dubbed the hardcore mode playthrough of Twilight Princess. What did this mean exactly? Well, I had a very specific set of rules that I was only allowed to play the game in this specific way, because beforehand, there was no way of doing one-hit KO stuff. You had to make your own limitations in the game. So I played the Wii U version with the hardest difficulty and the Ganondorf amiibo, making you take 4 times damage. So I allowed myself a little bit of lenience at the time, because this was one of our first challenge runs we did. I allowed myself to pick up heart containers, but it didn't matter, because it might as well have been a 3-heart run with how Zelda Twilight Princess is structured. But I played through the entire game with these limitations, and it was definitely an interesting run, to say the least. I recommend people to check it out if you haven't. It's on the main YouTube channel, but you can easily find a link to it in the VOD channel as well if you just want to go back down memory lane. But we refine this one-hit KO idea, as I've done this now from starting last year technically with Ocarina of Time, thanks to its PC port. We have done a one-hit KO, basically playing through the whole game, 100%, while also having to deal with these limitations. And we're essentially trying the same thing now with Twilight Princess. This is an interesting one in particular, because Twilight Princess is known to be one of the easier games in the Zelda franchise, but it's not going to be that easy for us. So you may be wondering what exactly is going to kind of make up the rule set for this, because it's not just going to be a standard playthrough of Twilight Princess in more ways than one. Here are the rules that we'll be following throughout this entire playthrough. If you ever needed a check-in in general on these rules, if you're watching on YouTube, check the description of every VOD or every stream in general, as that is where you'll find these rules. If you're watching on Twitch, this is the pinned comment in the chat, so no matter where you're watching, you'll have an idea of how this playthrough is going to go. So, rules are as follows for this one-hit KO Twilight Princess playthrough. It should be obvious, but every single hit, fall damage, voiding out, everything is going to instantly kill Link. So we have to be extremely careful what we're doing in the game, because we are very fragile. We are essentially a glass cannon. We must fully complete all the dungeons in the game, which also includes opening all treasure chests. This one is more of a self-imposed rule, because I always like going out of my way and getting all the collectibles in a said dungeon, even though half the time it's just useless things like rupees. So we're going out of our way just to get everything, because it makes the challenge even harder. We must collect all the heart pieces, heart containers, hidden skills, golden bugs, post souls, equipment upgrades, and all items. We're essentially following the 100% definition for a Twilight Princess speedrun. There are other things to collect too, like say the fishing journal and the letters in the game. I'm not going to count that towards that definition. We might go out of our way to do that stuff if we feel like it. Maybe not. It's going to depend on how you guys feel about some of those extra things, if you want to see it or not. But as of right now, we are following the 100% speedrun definition. So all collectibles, essentially. Number 4, fairy revives count as a death. I'm going to allow myself to use fairies just so we can get a move on in a lot of areas, but if a fairy does end up kicking in and reviving Link, then we're going to count it towards our overall death count. This is what we did for the 100% Ocarina one-hit KO, and we had a couple deaths in that entire playthrough add up just from fairies alone. And finally, we are not allowed to use the magic armor. Now, because we're playing the PC port of Ship of Harkini, or not Ship of Harkini, Dusklight, I had Ocarina on the brain. Because I'm playing Dusklight, I can actually equip the magic armor and just turn off its effect. So we will be actually seeing what the magic armor does, and we'll just be able to use it as a cosmetic, but I'm not allowed to use it to tank hits. So outside of a demonstration, magic armor will never be used. Again, if you want a refresher on all these rules, you can easily check it in the description any given time for these streams. Pin comment on Twitch. It's a lot to go over, but basically just think glass cannon and get all the things, because that's essentially what we are doing for this playthrough. And now, without any further ado, let me hide all the things here, because I didn't mean to show all the things. You saw yourself there for a minute, YouTube chat. But let me go ahead now and just unmute the game, turn off that music. I'm still getting myself set up here, as you can tell. In fact, there's still one other thing I want to do, because this version of the game supports achievements. And as you can see, we have some, so I'm going to clear these out in all categories. And we're going to just try to see if we can get some of these achievements as we play. I do not care about the achievements here, especially because the achievements are very grindy and sometimes take multiple playthroughs. So we're not going to be going after achievements. I just want to mention that's a thing in this. Well, let me catch up now, since I'm done with all the rules. Hey, Aiden. Hey, Ethan. How you two doing? We're always at that point of insanity in this world of streaming. Like, I swear, I do at least one extreme challenge, it feels like, every year, and it's kind of been like that now for the past probably 8 years, actually, ever since the first Twilight Princess challenge run. Twilight Princess is a game that really does mean a lot to me when it comes to content stuff, because it did kind of start off these challenge streams, and we've gone through some very interesting playthroughs ever since. I'm not as worried about this one as I was with the Ocarina of Time 100% one-hit KO, because Ocarina of Time, if you died at all in that game, it sent you back to your last entry point in an area. So it always sent you back to the beginning of a dungeon, for example. This game, on the other hand, if you die, you're just sent back to the room you're previously in. So we're not going to lose that much progress if we die. It's just a little bit of a time waste. Not trekking through an entire dungeon to get back to your previous death, essentially. So I do feel like the pacing on this one's going to be a lot better compared to Ocarina, but that doesn't mean we're not going to be doing some interesting stuff, because I always like to show off the game in multiple different ways, and there's a lot of quality of life stuff with this port, but I want to add my own quality of life, which means I got to do a pretty interesting set of events. If you know, you know, and I'll explain it in due time. Just like achievements in other games. Yeah, essentially. The achievements in this are, from what I understand, are a little bit more tailored towards speedrunners. So you're not going to be getting a lot of these achievements if you don't know some of the big speedrun tech, like Back in Time, or maybe like long jump attack, stuff like that. I don't think there's anything too game-breaking for some of the achievements, and then you look at others, like the White Midna glitch, which requires you to beat Lineru section without clearing the Twilight at all, which includes the Water Temple. So, yeah, you gotta have some pretty good knowledge of the game. Seen some thunderstorms the past couple days, but barely any rain. You hate to see it. I've been seeing that a lot in my area at times, too. One week we might get a lot of rain, but then the next week it's thunderstorms. It is kind of annoying. I prefer the rain. Hopefully we don't dive in the first hour. Keys and bees are the two things I'm kind of worried about for the tutorial section, just because they're wildcard enemies. But really, I don't want to see the death count go up until we get close to, honestly, the first Twilight section. The first Twilight section might be where we have a death. It's just going to depend. I also should mention I am playing with the Twilight Princess Definitive Edition Plus textures. It just makes the game cleaner. They're based off of the HD port on the Wii U. And in fact, if I go into texture replacement here, if I just turn these off for a second, yeah, you can see a big difference in the world. It's a lot crunchier and a lot more low res, because while I'm playing the game essentially in 4K right now through the PC port, the textures don't go past 480p. So you need to use an external texture pack, and this is the best one in my opinion. The 4K one is, it's kind of hit or miss. To me, I prefer this texture pack of all of them. So this is the first game you can name your horse, and I think really the only one. You can name horses in like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but not Epona. This is the only game I can think of where you can name Epona, the actual horse that you have. I should also mention, I'm playing this game with the vanilla world. Every time I have played Twilight Princess over the years, whether it be a video or a stream series, it has been through the Wii version's layout, the mirror mode. Thankfully, here in this version of the game, we can play it vanilla. The hard mode doesn't require us to play in mirror mode, unlike a certain Twilight Princess HD. So, for once, I get to experience the GameCube world, which is how the game was originally intended to be played. Because originally, Twilight Princess was made as a GameCube exclusive, then later ported to the Wii mid-development, and because the Wii was made in mind for right-handed players, they just flipped the whole world to get Link to be right-handed. So some people are more familiar with the mirror world, some people are more familiar with the GameCube layout. Depends on what version you played first. I'm technically more familiar with the mirrored version, so this will be a little bit harder for me. Just because muscle memory might kick in, and I might go right when I need to go left. Funny enough, how normal difficulty is the harder one, because I'm just so used to mirror mode. Yeah, we do have a death count ready. As of right now, it says 0. We're going to introduce that once we actually get into some combat. I would love for this to be ported at some point as well, Maiden. Like, I think this game does need to get off that Wii U. The HD version is the best version of the game. That's not an unofficial port, because to me, this is the best version. Just because of all the quality of life that's been added. But it is still missing some content like Cave of Shadows. That's only in the Wii U version, and from what I'm understanding, the team here that's working on this port, I think are trying to get that to work with the GameCube version, just to get something in here now. Because Dusklight is eventually planned to have Wii and even Wii U support for Twilight Princess, but as of right now, that's not the case. We can't do Cave of Shadows. If I wanted to show that, I needed to get the Wii U. And that wouldn't even have one KO anyway, so it's not very much of a point. This is essentially a GameCube playthrough. I should just mention, flat out, GameCube. Yeah, both TP and Wind Waker both really do need a port at some point. It's surprising those are really the only games that are still locked to the Wii U. Because every other Wii U game at this point got a port, even games people didn't expect. This cutscene has a whole different meaning when you actually change your horse name. Like, I've seen some interesting ones. Like, I can actually show a little bit of that, because I'm going to keep the horse name Epona, but you can go in the save editor and just change it. So say you want something dumb, like 50 bucks. Hey. Hurry up and bring 50 bucks with you. I feel like I'm going to get robbed. Naming the horse in this game is just kind of funny. Again, it's really the only game you can do that. I don't know why that was something they thought of for this game, and then they just didn't use Epona again until Breath of the Wild. At least they can name horses in that. I'm going to change your name back, by the way. I'm not going to keep it. I'm just keeping it for this part, because I just want to show how stupid this can get. Woodward and Color Splash as well. I don't know how they would handle Color Splash with how dependent that game was on the Wii U gamepad stuff, but Woolly World I can easily see working on the Switch. It worked on the 3DS. So, no reason why that can't be on the Switch. Or, I guess now Switch 2. Yeah, this is some of the stuff I love having custom horse names for. You can make this very, wrong in some areas if you name the horse interesting things. Fun fact, though, about the horse name, is that this game, there's another reason why this game means a lot to me as a Zelda fan, but just in terms of the Nintendo sphere as well. If you're around for the early days of the Wii modding scene, you have used this game to hack your Wii. Myself included. Because this horse name was the reason why. If you remember early days of hacking the Wii, there was something called the Twilight hack. How it worked was that opponent's name was just like the longest string possible. I can't even go that far in, but it was like a really long name someone forced with a save editor. It overflowed the game's value, which caused it to crash. So if you talked to, I believe it was the guy we talked to in the beginning that says, go get the horse to her. I believe you talked to that guy, and it caused the game to run a custom script, which would then be for your homebrew channel installer. I remember hacking my Wii back in the day with Twilight Princess. I remember actually renting the game before I actually owned it for the Twilight hack, and then later on I got my own copy of the game. This was one of the last games I got to rent before game rentals were a thing of the past. I think like a year later, the place I rented the game from went out of business, and it was the last place in my town that had any kind of game or movie rentals. Yeah, New Mario Wii is a game that has so many mods. That and Mario Kart Wii, I noticed, have a lot of mods on the system. If you want to hack your Wii nowadays, Aiden, it is very easy. Just like the standard system alone is just... I think the best way is still Letter Bomb, if I remember correctly. Which is basically just putting a letter on your SD card to load from the Wii message board. And as soon as you click it, it just loads the hack. It's very, very simple. I've had a couple Wiis with that method. Catching back up with the conversation of the ports. Game & Warrior getting ported before the Zelda HD remasters would be the cruelest yet funniest thing. You would hate to see it. But then I would also laugh so hard. Like, they'll do everything to make sure you can't get these games on a Switch. If they port Game & Wario, first of all things. A game that is extremely tied to the gamepad. Heck, I would even see a Star Fox Zero port happening beforehand, just as another slap in the face, even though that wouldn't happen. It would just be funny. But we have the new Star Fox, and I'm glad, because I'd rather have that than Zero. Zero's fine, but I don't really think that should ever get ported, personally. Everyone in. And that's it. Go home. Want to practice with the fences? Nah. I'm good. I know how to jump a fence. Game preservation or whatever. I don't know how many people would want preservation of Star Fox Zero from everyone complains about that over the years. I think Game & Wario would be a thing people actually would want unironically more than anything else, because I hear a lot of good things about it. So nice to have instant saving on this. Just you click a button and boom, it's done. Back in Mayday, that took like 4 or 5 seconds to save on a actual GameCube. Even the Wii version was kind of slow. Actually, even the Wii U version, they were all kind of slow on the save. Wasn't terrible, but during the saving process, you could restart your game because it took that long, and by the time it resets, the save was done anyways. So that's an easy way to reset yourself in a new area. Yeah, I'm not gonna really talk to the kids. I'm good. They'll be like, "Hey, Link, hi! Get a slingshot!" Because apparently I'm the one that can do all the work around here. We're also in tutorial city, so I don't really need to spend too much time on that. There's a cat. I'm gonna have to feed that some fish. Thankfully, it's only one. In the original versions of Twilight Princess, GameCube and Wii, you had to get that fish, that cat, excuse me, 2 fish. For some reason. But they nerfed it in the HD port, and that nerf is also in this, which is good because I think that was a little excessive. Because it confused a lot of players when they caught the fish and then the cat did nothing. That's why they nerfed it to 1 in the HD port. Hey Kira, how you doing? Yeah, I definitely think we're getting this on NSO at some point. Because we did get Wind Waker on NSO and no Wind Waker HD. Nintendo has said maybe in the future, just no plans now. But they rather just re-release the original version to get you an NSO at this point. I can't wait, though, for the Ocarina remake myself, though. I just want to see what exactly they're doing with it. We still don't know anything about that remake. There was a big leak, quote-unquote, that happened this week about it, which was just showing a special edition of, like, the Switch 2 console and a controller. But we don't know if that's actually real or not. It could be. It looked pretty official, but who knows. I don't really trust leaks until I actually see the actual product being real. Because I've seen so many fake leaks that look really detailed, and I just don't trust them. Also, fun fact, the fishing rod is missable. If you use a glitch called Back in Time to skip this whole tutorial, because you can, this tutorial's like an hour long. If you use Back in Time to skip all this, then you can't get that fishing rod. It's impossible, and you need it to technically beat the game, because later on, you're going to need it to get the Snow Peak Ruins. So if you're not abusing glitches to avoid the thing, yeah, get yourself a dead game. It's not really a thing most people would ever actually run into, but it's just something to note. I don't know if I could have died there, by the way. Because the goat hurts me, but I don't think it takes away HP. I don't remember, and I don't want to test that. But you can pet the goats, so that's cool. I didn't hear that about the rumor. But if it's November 12th, I can kind of believe that, honestly. I just don't find much credibility on that stuff until I see, like I said, concrete evidence. Because as it is, it's just... It could just be speculation, or even, like, the pictures themselves could have been doctored. Because it's very easy to make fake leaks nowadays. I think a September Direct is very likely, Ethan. You're probably right. Especially just for at least the Zelda thing. I feel like they would probably end up doing at least a Ocarina Direct before the game comes out. It's very likely. Yeah, like either September or October, depending, because I know Fire Emblem's coming out very soon. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was a dedicated Direct just for that new Fire Emblem game, too. Because Nintendo's been doing that a lot as of late. Like, we had one for the Star Fox game right before it came out. Splatoon Raiders. Oh yeah, that's right. You don't do that. You get the cucko with the eagle. I always think you just grab the rupee for some reason. Oh, there already was. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that even happened because I heard really not much about it, but I don't follow that stuff, so that's probably why. I just completely forgot about that Direct. Alright, let me equip the fishing rod, because now I'm going to take care of the fishing thing. I got enough rupees now I can buy the slingshot. That was the whole reason why I was doing all that stuff, because you needed 30 rupees just to buy the thing. And now we have it. Also, I want to see how this works, the fishing rod. Because I believe now it's supposed to be controllable with the stick. Yeah. So this got the Twilight Princess HD treatment now in Dusklight, so I can drop the controller, apparently. I can control it with the C-stick. That's new. That wasn't here when this launched back in May. A green gill. Neat. Yeah, September is going to be a packed month from what I'm seeing on releases. There's a lot of stuff coming out that month. I'm not really going to be picking up anything, I think, myself that month, because honestly, nothing really is coming out that I have interest in, personally speaking. Really just the Wolverine game, probably, but I'm going to wait on that one for a little bit. I just want to see, like, probably reviews and such, because I'm not really big into the Marvel stuff anymore, but I know it's from the same team that made the Spider-Man games, and I want to see that kind of come out. Lego Batman's released on Switch 2 on the 10th. Nice. I was wondering when it was coming out in the system. Because that took a while. It was like, what, 3 months? Between other releases? Milk in a bottle. More importantly, a bottle. Because I can't use the milk. It's one hit KO. This is useless. Might as well take a sip. The only use we're going to have for hearts in this, and this is way down the road, is the Great Spin Attack. Because when you have full health, you'll have a more powerful attack. That's the only case where potions and milk and stuff like that's going to be useful. Which is endgame, essentially. So, yeah, we're not going to be focused on the health anytime soon. Alright, give me the slingshot. That's the whole reason why I'm here. That cat looks very detailed with these textures, but still, the fur does look a little liney. That makes sense. In fact, I kind of want to see something. No, that's the save editor. We don't want to actually touch that. Texture replacement. They really didn't change much on those textures, did they? It's almost the same look. Everything in here is almost the same look, really. Between the pictures, the cat, even the books aren't that different. Not supposed to be in a shop for that long, so I guess I can understand the quality not really being up to snuff. I want to see if this guy throws the rock. Get wrecked by the bees. Yeah, he doesn't do that. I'm gonna get away, because I know this is gonna end in pain if I'm not careful. Hey, guy, I did you a favor. Now run. That could legitimately be our first death. But not if I'm in the water, because I just leave. See ya. I think I missed the part where he throws the rock at the beehive, unfortunately. Because that's funny, but I think it's before you get slingshot, so I can't do that anymore. Hey, look, useless. You never use larva for anything, really. It does replenish health, but it's so minimal, it just doesn't matter. It's just for the fishing stuff, and even then, you're not really fishing with the standard fishing rod much. You're waiting until you get the Lake Hylia, and then do the fishing in the fishing pond with a proper fishing rod. So this thing's just kind of there. I just scooped it up for now, just to kind of show it off for a second. And even then, I don't think we're really going to be using this. I'll just use it here, and then I'll get rid of it. Pathetic first death. Yeah, I mean, we've seen funnier, I guess, on these streams. Yeah, and there you go. Now it's on the fishing rod, so now I can use that little bee larva. And that's it. That's all this is useful for, so I wouldn't even bother. Again, if you're gonna really be serious about the fishing stuff, wait until, like, Snow Peak Ruins, essentially. It's not gonna be important. But you can get bigger fish with this, so I guess if you really need a fishing journal to be filled out, then there's that. I say that, and I got the exact same size green gill. Hey, he's just disgusting. I was waiting for that to actually do damage, because he acted like that was going to hurt him. Yeah, the falls are also a thing I gotta be careful of, too. I can judge how far we can go for fall damage in some areas, and others, yeah, maybe not. Gotta keep people in suspense here. I was like, can I hit that thing from here, please? Thank you. There's a tutorial you can do right now for shooting, but I'm gonna just opt not to do it. Because you saw me use the slingshot, so it's just that, but hit all the targets and let people talk for a bit. I'm forced to do this tutorial now, so we'll see a tutorial with the kids. So we get the wooden sword. The real challenge runs has you go through this game with the wooden sword, because this thing does like next to no damage. And in fact, it's not even possible to beat the whole game with this thing. You can do a majority of stuff in this game with the wooden sword. But unfortunately, there are certain things that you can't do. Like, for example, fight the final boss. He's immune to anything that's not Master Sword. So, you kind of need the Master Sword to deal the final blow. Well, actually, technically not, because the final blow, in particular against Ganondorf, for some reason does work with the wooden sword. But the damage is nothing. You do 0 damage with the sword. It's really confusing. I was kind of hoping we'd do the other tutorial here, but alright. Because we're just doing this. I gotta get through the sword one, because that triggers the next story cutscene. And unfortunately, they're so fascinated with Slingshot, they want to see that first. There you go. Should we add that to the run? Oh, dear God. I have not ever done a successful sword and shield skip before, so yeah, no. I'm good. That's the problem. In order to do a wooden sword run, you're gonna have to avoid getting the actual sword and shield in the game, and that is actually one of the hardest speedrun tricks. Still. After like 20 years. It's Hugo. Hugo doesn't cooperate. We'll see the man in question soon. Because I think that's like probably another 30 minutes from now. Something like that. The only problem this game really has is that this game's tutorial is extremely long. Both this and Skyward Sword are probably the worst tutorials in the franchise. Because they can take a few hours just to get going. It is technically possible for us to do some wooden sword stuff. I wanted to show it off because of this PC port. Because I can just modify my equipment and now put it back. Because as of right now, if I pause the game, wooden sword's here on the first sword slot. Once we get a real sword, it will replace this in the inventory. That's another reason why we can't keep wooden sword. Even if we did skip some of the story progression that makes us lose it, you still technically will lose it. If that makes sense. The menu is going to force it out. They never programmed it for 3 swords. Just 2. Why is this mod an option like that? I mean... Kinda does. That's why I say, I can always go backwards, because I can also go forwards. Yeah, hey, you know, in Master Sword, that early, we haven't gotten through the tutorial yet. Look at that. No, we're keeping Wooden Sword for obvious reasons, but like I said, if we want to actually see the pitiful damage later, it's technically possible to go back. Because of the PC port alone. I did just realize I didn't grab the horse because I was not paying attention, but that's not a big deal. I can go over here and just call it. Yeah, kind of gives Soulless 1 vibes from Zelda 1. In a sense, I do think that, Kira. the sword also has, like, weird properties in Zelda 1, from what I remember, too, with Ganon. Because everything else you can kill without the sword, but then, yeah, to do the final hit against Ganon in that game, you do need a sword. Even the wooden sword works, technically, if I remember correctly. Which is the very first thing you should technically be getting. What? I didn't know I could jump over his little camp here. That's a new one. I was trying to stop in front of the guy. I had too much momentum. Because I do need to get this, for one. Also part of 100%. And for some reason, the most important item in this game. You don't realize how valuable a lantern is until you play a randomizer, because half of the checks in the game are locked behind lanterns. It's insane how many treasure chests you need with this stupid thing. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to scoop his soup. Because this is supposed to be really bad. This is a special recipe. Don't know if you'll like it. Yeah. No, I probably hate it. Yeah, see, it does damage. But don't worry, it's one hit KO. That doesn't count towards one hit KO because it does damage. It doesn't kill you. We don't count that in this house because I'm still alive. Game over screen is how we count things. I just find that kind of funny that we can technically do that. We could technically make this run harder too when it comes to the heart thing. Because in here, I can turn on no heart drops, which basically makes this hero mode from TPHD. But as I said, technically there is a use for hearts much later. And since everything hurts us in one hit anyways, it does not matter to have this on or off. So I'm going to leave it off just for the sake of actually being able to use like the great spin later on. Enjoy your dinner, Ethan. See you in a bit. Yeah, I believe the soup is programmed in a similar way as Post Souls are in Ocarina of Time, where you can't die, technically, from drinking that special soup, because the game has a special property with it where it will technically keep you alive if you have, like, one heart. I'm gonna need rupees, so I'm getting some now. Keep my distance here. I'm doing pretty good so far when it comes to avoiding the stupid stuff, but things are gonna ramp up soon enough. Treasure chests aren't available here yet, right? Yeah, it should be something on that ledge, so no. I think that's only available once the first Twilight section is technically a thing. There you go. Thank you, broken quick spin hitbox. For those who don't know, I think I should show this off because it is extremely stupid. But the quick spin hitbox in this game, I have no idea why, but it's gigantic. I think it's the biggest hitbox in any 3D Zelda game when it comes to quick spinning. So if I go into, should be collect, yeah, attack collider. This is it. So this is a normal slash, right? You see the little bubbles? Those are my hitboxes. Here is a quick spin. It's so dumb because it takes up a lot. I do this again. Oh, I can't freeze time and actually show it. That's kind of annoying. But it's like the entire area around Link, essentially. This entire area is a hitbox. It is really forgiving. And because of that, we're going to be seeing a lot of quick spin use in this game, because quick spin is going to be our lifesaver in so many areas. Here's a piece of heart. 1 of 5. The one thing I don't like about this game, and I'm glad they dropped going into the next one, for some reason, this game had a very interesting decision of changing the heart piece count from 4 for a new container to the 5. And they only did it with this game, because starting in Skyward Sword, they reverted back to 4. It was padding, really. Because they wanted to flesh out a little bit more of the world, they gave you more heart pieces, technically, to collect. Oh, I was close. I didn't mean to bonk. I was trying to roll past him so I wouldn't get hit, and I almost got hit anyways. Is it bigger than regular spin? Quick spin and normal spin are both the same. That's why I just did with the actual spin attack. It's kind of weird, yeah, but they share the same hitbox, and they're both massive. Yeah, well, it's even funny when we have great spin, by the way. You know what? Sure, I'm actually going to show it off right now. Just because right now I'm in a safe zone. So we'll just show it again. This is a normal spin attack. It takes up a lot of the area. Oh, hang on. You're kind of wanting to just die, I guess. Yeah, see, that's so dumb. It's so massive. Anyways, here is... Oh, okay. Everything is trying to distract me right now. Let's just go into the editor real fast before I can't do this. Not this editor, though. It should be... Which one? This is the one. Okay, so I go into Hidden Skills, Great Spin. Here is the Great Spin attack, which, mind you, you need a full thing of hearts to do. It's almost the whole screen, essentially. Well, not really, but with the camera angle, it may as well be. It's, like, almost triple the radius. So when we get Great Spin, we're gonna definitely be using that, because that is insane, but we have to make sure we have enough hearts. That's gonna be the takeaway, no matter what. Alright, let's forget that, because this is gonna be a proper 100% run, not a he's cheating in all the skills minute 1 run. Yeah, it is insane. I didn't know how big that hitbox was until recently, because it is massive. Oh, I got the double. I didn't mean to get the double there, but that actually helped. That section, from what I've always seen, by the way, is not fun if you don't have a sword. Because there is a thing as a swordless run in this game, too. People have tried that as well. And to kill those moblins, the only way to actually do that, it's funny enough with that bird back in the shop. Because if you don't pay him when you take one of his potions or lantern oil, he tries to attack you. But you can push an enemy into his little shop and he'll attack the enemy for you. That's how you kill those guys in the beginning. That's not fun, and it does have a little bit of luck, I believe, to it as well. By the way, he can one-hit KO me, so I don't think I want to steal from the shopkeep. No reason to be honest. I have more than enough money in this game, especially with my stipulation of I need to get all treasure chests and dungeons. That alone is going to make my wallet very full. Which is good. I'm playing on HD properties right now. The default wallet in this game was like, what? 300 rupees, if I remember correctly? And it goes up in the HD version. I can't remember how much. I think it's like 500? 5 or 6, something like that. So I can actually collect rupees without having to worry about not being able to collect them, if that makes sense. In GameCube, you filled up way too fast. Oh, I think I missed one. Oh, and then you got the straggler. There's always that one. There's always that one goat that wants to take another lap around the area. Get in there. 37 seconds is actually not that bad. I think that's one of the fastest goat times I've gotten in a while. We're not done with that, by the way. There's one more time we have to herd goats. Thankfully, it won't be for a while. We might not even be doing that tonight, depending on how things go. Because that is actually past the first dungeon, when we could do that again. I am kind of blazing through this intro. I'm not skipping cutscenes, which you can do by just pressing start, but, you know, for the sake of streams, I always like playing these out, even if we don't read all the story. Because it gives me that downtime to catch up with chat and take a breather anyways. Imagine if the reason for the rupees is because they used magic armor from the start for beta testing. Jeez. They were not able to fight like a single key, so someone had the magic armor like minute 1. They already had the idea of having it flipped because there's no magic in this game, so it required rupees. Which, I think everyone kind of knows that at this point, but yeah, fun fact, this game was planned to have magic just like its predecessor games. It was cut literally at the final hour, which is why if you have the Wii version of the game and you look at the back of the box art, you'll still see one of the screenshots shows a green bar under Link's hearts, showing that it was that close to making it into the final product. There's even green shoes that are still left in the game that technically you can collect. I believe in the Wii version as well, if you got a green shoe, it would have technically worked, but it just would have shown nothing, because the magic meter doesn't exist. But you can get one and actually drink it. It just has no effect. Bees are back. Get wrecked, buddy. I'm leaving those for you. Go after him, not me. Off screen, just hear the guy screaming in agony. Take a little pit stop here. There's one thing we can do in Link's house, and again, I do need the money, so we might as well grab this while we're here. For some reason, there's a treasure chest down here. They just flat out can't grab without lantern. The lantern locks this, and I found that out the hard way during randomizers, because this is actually a really valuable thing. Sometimes in a rando, like say, I don't know, a sword. Imagine that being your first sword because a lantern locked it away, and that was like one of your last checks. I thankfully haven't had a randos like that yet, but I've had something there once before that was actually pretty good. No, side hop. Mallow just always looks like he wants to be held. This kid has gotten a reputation over the years as being essentially the face of this game because he's seen as this demonic child. Which is funny because it's not really what he's supposed to be at all, but for some reason, this is like the most powerful kid in all of Hyrule. I don't know how, but this kid somehow becomes an entrepreneur overnight. It really shows, I guess, it doesn't matter your age. You put your mind to something, you can do whatever. I guess that's what they were trying to go for with his character. But holy crap, this kid's more successful than literally anybody else you've seen his age. And then by the end of the game, he gives it all back up and comes back home. Like, what are you doing? Just stay in Hyrule Castle at that point and run your Malamart. That's what I would do if I was him. And that's how you lose Wooden Sword. Because now we can't keep it. It's really not that big of a deal based on its damage value, but it is a little short-lived. This is also like one of the very few crawl spaces in the game, because it's like... Actually, I think this is the only one in the game you have to do as a human, because every other time there's a crawl space, you encounter as a wolf. Like, you barely do anything for crawl spaces in this game. It's definitely a leftover from Wind Waker. But yeah, we had to go around because Ilia's mad. She locks the gate so she can take care of her horse, but just sneak around back. It technically does skip a little bit of dialogue, but that doesn't really matter. Don't do anything out of your league. Yeah, I know, you in chat tells me the same thing all the time. So with that said, I'm gonna shoot the bees. This also just feels very random, by the way, for our hero. Just, oh, hi, by the way, we're gonna come here. Take your kids. Take all the people around, because we're looking for something specific. And, I don't know, put your world in everlasting darkness. Just a normal Thursday. I guess we're not going to Hyrule now, huh? So much for delivering that sword. Wait. You guys... I kind of wish that was something that was probably, like, recorded or something to see that. As soon as Ilia says, don't do anything out of your league, the Twitch side immediately cuts a T-Rex scream. Great. Now that is definitely mood whiplash. Ah, good old Twitch ads being the most random things. It's good they're out of the way now during a nothing part. Like, we don't want ads during the gameplay. It's fine for a cutscene. This is very orange. Also very demonic. This version of Link just got pulled into Smash Brawl, because that might as well have been the Marth grab from Melee, because that is... I don't understand this, because this is the only time in the game a Shadow Beast reaches over that far. Like, Shadow Beasts don't have stretchy arms in combat, but for whatever reason, this one did for the cutscene. It's the only time you see it. I think it's implied that the guy is supposed to be right next to the barrier wall, and that's how he grabs Link to pull him through. But from the cutscene's perspective, it just makes it look like the Shadow Beast, like, stretched his arm out. How do I have earrings? I lose all my clothes, but the jewelry stays on? Okay. Transformations are a weird thing. Wonder who that mysterious person is. Not like I'm gonna meet her in like probably 30 seconds based on loading times. 35, I delayed this menu prompt. Well, I guess nothing else to do now, but just, like, this, I guess. You really can't do anything in this section. You just have to kind of, like, move around a bit, try to see if you can break out, and eventually it just continues. I think if you stand there, actually nothing happens, so you do have to attack. Yeah, no, we're safe on the tutorial. Well, kind of. We're not done with it yet, but I say once you get the sword and shield, you're pretty much out of the tutorial proper. When you do your first Twilight section, that's when the game is still kind of in the tutorial, but you start getting into the real challenge at that point, so it's kind of like still tutorial, also you're out of it. I really feel like tutorial in this game doesn't stop until you get the Forest Temple, like your very first dungeon. Because there's a lot more we still are going to be taught. Because this is technically our first wolf section. I'm worried about this one a little bit, though. Because there are little creatures here in the sewer system that just kind of come out of nowhere. So I got to be a little careful here in the beginning. Especially because I don't have the Minna charge attack yet. I don't get that until the first Twilight section. Back in, well, Orden, technically. This might as well be your first Twilight section, because this is our first exposure to it. At least now I can move. Like, I'm not cramped up in the cell. I can actually jump. You become stupid. Just because I'm a beast doesn't mean I don't have a brain. Wolfist. Now, she kind of belittles us for a bit because we start learning more about the character's intent throughout the story. Minna is definitely one of the best characters, just hands down, in this franchise. She starts off as a really rude individual that's just using you for her own intentions, and then by the end of the story, she is a completely different person. I think she has some of the most character development in this entire franchise. We could do senses there, or we could not, because I don't need to talk to the guy. I'm good. Guess you're not used to your new body yet. Have you seen half the things I'm doing? It's not like I played this game for almost 20 years of my life. Yeah, this is the little creature I'm kind of worried about in this section, because they do kind of blend in a little bit, and they also are pretty fast. Camera? Yeah, exactly, and that's the one thing I really like about her character in particular, because by the end of the adventure, yeah, she really is basically the same as Link when it comes to her motivations. She wants to save this land too, not just her own. Because at this stage, she does not care what happens to Hyrule. In fact, she prefers it in this Twilight, because as it stands now, this is just what she prefers. But by the end, she appreciates both the light and the Twilight. I hear she has even more character development in the manga. Like, she's a fantastic character there, too. There's, like, an even greater bond between these two. Implied more of a love interest by the end, too. I think, actually, one panel they're supposed to even, like, kiss, if I remember correctly. None of that's obviously implied in the game. But I hear that the Twilight Princess manga in particular is, like, one of the best mangas for Zelda. It's just really solid. Oh no, I can't make that jump. I think you actually can, technically, but I'm bad at it. I think it's like pixel perfect, but you have to fail this anyways. So you can get your first L target prompt with Minna, and now I can actually just do Minna jumps. That's kind of required to beat the game. So I kind of needed to do that. I think you can skip that, and if you do, that's not good. Because you can't get through some sections without that prompt. Yeah, that scene especially, we'll be seeing that at some point. And I think that's really when everything changes for Minna in particular. Like halfway through the story when she sees Zelda sacrifice herself just for someone she barely knows. Yeah, I normally don't kill those keys, but I think they will kill me if I don't. I didn't know Link's Awakening had a manga, because I know about the Ocarina and the TP ones. Wasn't there also supposed to be one for Link to the Past? I thought I heard something about that being a thing. Oh, we also agree on that one too, Aiden. Like, her design is really good. I can agree. Like, honestly, this would be a cool plush to own. Like, a Midna based on her appearance here. Throughout most of the plot of TB, because she looks entirely different for the ending, obviously. Her imp form, as what it's called here, is just a very good design in general. Yeah, I'm good. Thought the guy's like, oh, this is Hyrule Castle! And Midna's like, oh, that's a surprise. You're not supposed to know that. Hello? Thank you. Okay, I don't know what was happening there. I gotta see if I can outrun these stupid birds, because these things are going to be a problem. If I can't, then I'm gonna just attack some of them. Because this is the section I'm kind of worried about. Go, 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 go. No, I knew it! I knew it! I had a feeling! But there's too many to fight! So now, I guess we can introduce the death count. Every time we die, that number is going to be updated in real time. Because we're gonna have a lot of deaths. And unfortunately, I knew that happened right there. This happens every playthrough. Every time I get to this section, I get attacked by these birds at least once. No matter how many of them you fight off. It is insanely stupid for the beginning section to deal with these birds. That's why I wish I had the Midna attack. So I tried to bum rush it, which normally does work. I did not mean to fall. Fine. Nice spin attack. We're just gonna take this one slow after seeing what happened the first time. There. Really didn't want to stop and kill all those things, but it's inevitable. They will have to die, or else I do. I did say, I did expect my first death in Twilight. I didn't say Ord in Twilight. Because I knew that the birds were going to get me. I think they're called Cardarox, I believe. I knew those were going to be the problem, because they always are. I hate those enemies in this section. Hey, why are you rolling your eyes? What are you implying here? I'm calm because I see a beautiful lady's face? What, you jealous? We just met. I say that, but again, read the manga, and she actually does get jealous of certain things regarding Link. I think there's supposed to be a panel, I seen this image floating around online, where I think it was supposed to be one of the monkeys in Forest Temple, like the boss one in particular. Like, it was, I guess, getting too close to Link or something. Maybe it was, like, gonna get on his back as a wolf. I can't remember the context, but Midna got really upset, saying I'm the only one who gets to ride on Link. And she had this super jealous look on her face. Again, I've heard so many good things about that manga. I need to read it at some point, because it sounds really good. Oh, also, her face doesn't look right. I think they're still needing to fix this in the texture pack. Yeah, you can see it around her eyes in general. There's a weird gap between the eye socket and the skin. That's a texture issue, which unfortunately almost every texture pack I use have some kind of graphical mistakes here and there. In fact, we're going to see a pretty major one here very soon when it regards some of the warping. This is still a work in progress. This pack was released when the mod stuff first came out back in May for this specific port. And it only recently got optimized so it doesn't stutter every 5 seconds. I unironically was going to do this series a little bit sooner, probably around like July or so at the latest, but I was waiting for some updates for Dusklight because performance was pretty bad with texture packs for like 3 months. It's now been fixed, but textures are still being updated, obviously. Okay, why did it look like the Shadow Beasts were like back and forth, instead of all rushing in one direction? It looked like they were slingshotting for some reason here. It might be the frame rate. I think this does have similar issues. I remember at least from like one of the ending cutscenes that there's some weird issues with the frame rate in a similar vein that the Ocarina PC port has too. Because this game was not designed for anything higher than 30. This is one of my favorite villains in the whole franchise, and he's the most disappointing at the same time. Because man, they really just screwed the pooch with Zant by the end. But this is legitimately a threatening villain. Especially like when he says stuff like this. Life or death? Choose, princess. Your life or all of theirs. Like, that is so threatening. And then later on becomes kind of a crazed lunatic by the ending. Kind of going into Joker vibes from Batman. I kind of would have preferred without having that characterization, but I get why they do it story-wise. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Yeah, can agree on that one, Aiden. Zant and Girahim. They both feel very threatening, but also very goofy at the same time. I would say that Girahim's goofiness makes a lot more sense, because he's just psychotic at that point, and it fits his character a little bit more than how they did with Zant. Zant, when he's threatening, he is menacing, probably the scariest villain in the whole franchise. But then when he becomes a little psychotic by the end, it just doesn't feel right. It just feels like a completely different character. But Girahim is like that from minute one. It fits the whole ride. Oh, now her eye textures are fixed. I guess it was just the hood that screwed that up a bit. It's the shadows, isn't it? Also, who would have guessed? It's Zelda in Hyrule Castle. Everyone kind of guessed that. Like, they kept this one mysterious, but you can instantly tell by looking at her face under the hood, that's Princess Zelda, isn't it? You don't even know her new design yet, and you know that's her. At least they did the build-up thing only, like, now, because later they don't have to do the build-up of, who is this mysterious character? You don't need that going forward. Get why they did it here. It's just for the story significance, just for Link. Yeah, again, we'll talk more about how Xant just goes into the crazy psychotic part once we get to that part, which will be near the end of the game, technically, so it'll be a bit. I understand why they do it with the story thing. I think it was just how it was handled. Kind of felt like a last-minute change, but again, it's just kind of how they replaced the villain by the end with Ganondorf. It did kind of feel like some of the plot changed, like, final hour-wise. Not as bad as Star Fox Adventures, like, final boss flip-flop the last 10 minutes in the plot. That is probably one of the worst reveals in gaming, in my opinion. Oh, I love this scene right here. You sure you aren't forgetting anything important? Like, I don't know. Your friends. Like, this one. And this one. It's the only time in the game she does this. It's so weird to see that. She's a perfect replica of her friends. And that's why Wolf-like is like, I'm disturbed. You look exactly like my friend. How did you do that? And we never see that again. By the way, this is the effect I was talking about that's broken in this texture pack. So someone's going to point out, I'm going to do it first. The warp effect is broken in this texture pack. I don't know what the file is. If I did, I would delete it. But there's supposed to be a black outline on your character when you're warping around with the Twilight. It doesn't work in this texture pack. So instead, we just kind of materialize with the proper coloring of our character. And it looks kind of weird. But it also kind of gives this, like, digital vibe, so in some ways, I kind of like it, too. Alright, last little bit of tutorial until we're really into, like, the meat of the game. She wants a sword and a shield. Can we not? I mean, we don't have to. This guy can help. Hi, Hugo. I don't really like Hugo. We're gonna not actually interact with him. That guy helps you do a trick called sword and shield skip. And for some reason, the community just calls the guy Hugo. I don't know why. But it's a name that's stuck because one person calls him that, and then that's it. Apparently, there's another one later in the game that's also called Hugo, but he has a bow. So, creative names. By the way, this guy has different dialogue if you kill those monsters or not. That's the whole reason why I killed them. Because he thanks you if you kill them. And if you don't, he warns you that there's monsters everywhere. That's it. Not much of a difference. Oh yeah, the sword and shield scene we're gonna see soon. That's also another good one. Her waving around the sword just looks so dangerous, but like she's never really used one before. And that's why she just kinda has fun with it. I gotta get close like this, because this now should trigger a story event, so we can actually get our first of the 2 items. Hello. We're a giant, by the way, like compared to all the other animals around this area. We are actually human-sized for wolf, because if I stand on my hind 2 feet, I'd probably be the same height as I am in human form. Could you technically just make this jump without... Midna? No, okay. That's kind of unfortunate because that means I gotta trigger this event. I don't want to, but I have to. Because right now, this guy's gonna call a hawk, and that hawk can't hit me. So I don't want that to be in my range. Thankfully, he's pretty slow. I definitely made that jump. No, definitely didn't try to fall in the water or anything like him. It's very forgiving. Thank you, cutscene. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Alright. $1 million question. Did we make this first try? We did. That, for some reason, has a good chance of you just grabbing the ledge and falling off. I have no idea why. But that ninja jump is a little precise, even though it's not supposed to be. It's a tutorial jump still. Looks kind of cheap. Hey, beggars can't be choosers. It's free. And it's one of a kind. They don't make this anywhere else. In fact, I can't buy this. So we don't want this to burn. If this thing burns, then I can't get another Ordnance shield. I can avoid him entirely. Oh, I didn't mean to talk to the frog. The creatures around here are so small, you can barely even see them. Up a little too far. Yeah, it's right here. Who needs senses? Alright, my final collectible here, the 2. Now we got the sword. So we're done with the tutorial. We can actually go and make our way into the first Twilight section for real. The backhand compliments. Be useful when you want to be. Thanks. Love you too. Hang on. I want the achievement. Get over here. Can you take control of a cuckoo as a wolf? Or is that just a human thing? Oh, no, it is. It is a wolf thing. I was gonna say, wait a minute. All right, here we go. Let's go. Take me on. I'm the world's most powerful chicken. He's actually getting a little scared for a second there. He's like, what is it? Oh, not again. Don't have anything to say, then why are you here? How am I doing? I'm doing it right. How are you doing? Yeah, this is the only game you don't anger cuckoos, which is very weird. For some reason, this is the only Zelda game where instead of making the cuckoos angry when you attack, they actually are docile and you mind control them. I don't know why, but it's interesting to say the least. Oh, here we go. The first Shadow Beast. One of many. I will be getting all these portals. That is technically a part of my 100% definition. Something I didn't put in the rule list, but I think that's just kind of obvious. Like, I'll be going out of my way for warps, because it's also my quality of life. There are certain ones you don't have to get. And this is why I say it this way, because depending on how you're playing the game, like if you're not 100%ing it, you don't need to get the warp in Gerudo Desert, for example. Because that just leads to the Cave Ordeals. You don't have to do Cave Ordeals to beat the game, so that warp technically doesn't need to be a thing you grab. Same for the warp back on Elden Bridge. You never have to technically put the bridge back. If you go the long way, if I remember correctly, for Hidden Village, it's just not recommended, because that sucks. I'm getting that bridge because I don't want to take 10 minutes to get to a village every single time. Didn't know the god of our land was just a giant goat. That explains why we heard so many of these things. Also, this is kind of weird, by the way. I need to point this out. There are 4 light spirits in the whole world of Hylia, or Hyrule here in particular. 2 of them are literally next to each other. Like, that's convenient. 2 of them are just neighbors. The others are spread out way further by comparison. I don't know why there's a spirit here in Orden, and then there's one right next door on the other part of Orden. That's kind of weird. And normally Zelda games have 3 gods of some kind. This one does the 4 god system with the 4 beings of Twilight and such. I don't know why they broke it up into 4. I think some of it was just for this tutorial part in the beginning. I do think the most significant of the 4 light spirits, though, is the one in Lanayru. Like, that one does a lot. It also has a lot of story significance. This one and the other light spirit here in Orden has a good amount, too, but it's a lot of exposition. The one in Elden is probably the least important of the 4 when it comes to story. Not to say it's not story significant, it's just the other 3 have way more to say. Yeah, also kills Midna. Yeah, technically the Lanayru one, spoilers for midway through, technically is forced to attack Midna. So also, very big story significance there. So fun fact, this area you can't get past unless you have the sword and shield, so we are forced to get this because we would be told to go backwards. But there is a trigger that extends like above and below this floor that would activate the next part here, which would just pull us in. This is why sword shield skip exists. This trigger is apparently so large you can skip the first one by doing a jump attack over it. Just a fun fact. But I'm not even gonna attempt to show it because it's hard. Very hard. Very precise. As a little luck dependent based on our friend Hugo that I killed before. I killed him so I wouldn't have to do the trick. This is our first real Twilight section, not a tutorial section or anything. Our first proper one. Also, where did the sword sheath go? Midna, you better not have thrown that out. Kinda need that. Also, don't cut my head off with the thing. Don't know how to use a sword. Put it away. Thank you. Fun fact also, by the way. This is a very interesting gameplay quirk. That cutscene is what gets rid of the sword and the shield on the back of Wolf-Link. Because that sword and shield would persist on Wolf-Link if you skipped this cutscene somehow. If you never got this cutscene to play, that would be there even at the end of the game. I don't know of any way you can skip this part outside of, like, cheats. But it's an interesting thing to note. That cutscene is the reason why I don't have a sword and shield going forward as Wolf. Alright, well, we're in our first real part of the game, no real, like, tutorial stuff. We're in the Twilight. So this is when we're really going to start going into proper difficulty of this challenge. But before we start the Twilight section, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, get up and stretch. It has been about an hour and a half, so this is a good time to do so. So with that said, stay tuned, as in a few minutes, we're making our way through our first of 3 of these main Twilight sections in the game. And who knows, maybe there'll be some interesting stuff that happens in the middle of it. So stay tuned, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright, we are back, ready to go ahead and tackle our first Twilight section here. So, let's jump into it, because immediately going forward, we are thrown to another tutorial. When are we out of these tutorial sections? Not for another 30 minutes at least. Not 1, but 3 of these beasts, eh? Well, I have an easy way to kill them all at once. Hey, wait, where you going? Wait, hey! Fine, I don't need you. I can do this all on my own. Look at that, I killed all 3 at once. That's just cheating. I legitimately don't know why you're not dead. You want to do anything now? Thank you. Now we actually get this power. You can technically skip, apparently, this ability of Midna's. But if you do, the rest of the game is not fun. I think some sections do technically require this Midna charge attack, so there's never a reason to skip it. I just know speedrunners, I think over the past few years, recently found out how to skip this specific attack. It just doesn't make any sense to do it. Maybe a challenge run will do it at some point, who knows. I've noticed the woods have changed. This is the Spirit of Light. Help me. Here, have this. That's all light. Now we can carry Tears of Light. 12 in the Wii U version. 16 for GameCube and Wii. And because we're playing GameCube technically, then we have a lot of these things to collect. We do have quality of life though from the Wii U version in this. We just have to collect all 16 tears. Which I kind of prefer anyways. It's a little extra work, sure, but that does kind of fit for the challenge vibe that we have. The one thing, however, is that we won't have to worry about these tears taking forever to land on the ground because they're instant. So at least there's that. I'm not sure where I'm going to be ending just yet, because it's going to depend on how far we can get tonight, because we might be able to go past Forest. I don't know yet. Yeah, how was your dinner, Ethan? Yeah, I'm hoping you can get some sleep yourself. I think a lot of the things you're feeling right now, Matt, is just fatigue, because that's what it sounded like, at least to me. Hopefully you can get some help with that and be able to get the rest you actually need. Really? There was a tornado warring your area a few hours ago, Ethan? Ooh. I'm glad to hear it was a few hours ago. That means that you're safe now. Just be careful if that's the case, if it's still a thing. Oh crap, I missed one. I'll have to get it later. I want to know in store significance, where the heck did this fog come from? Like, this poison mist stuff was not here before, and it never leaves? So that's why I'm like, what is this and where did it come from? Because we'll never get that answered. Which is kind of annoying, actually, but alright. So nice to have the HD version's tears dropping, because that is the one thing I don't miss about GameCube Wii, is how they start up so high and take forever to fall to the ground. Because until the tears touch the ground, for some reason, you can't collect them. Which is really dumb, actually. I wasn't paying attention. Were there bugs there? Ah, should be fine. Hey, look, more Shadow Beasts. What if I just put this guy over here? Then I go over here. See, he waves at me. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. But I can't kill him, though. What's going on? I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I should try this again. I don't know if you kind of figured it out by now, but I'm not going to fight these guys proper yet. Because we are doing something else. This. I can't believe I got that with Untouchable of all things. That's for killing enemies without taking a hit. Specifically 25 in a row. Well, that works. So, yeah, this version has a lot of quality of life. I want to add some of my own quality of life. And new challenge on top of that. Apparently, that's one of them. I don't know how I hit the death plane there, but that counts as death. So, we're going for early Master Sword. This is only possible on GameCube and Wii. So, last time I did one of these challenge runs, I never had access to this. This will differentiate this run to the other one I did. Unfortunately, this is kind of an annoyance. I have to run back there every time if I die. So, we're going to utilize this version having save states once I get back there. I'm not going to do it now, because I'm going to do one proper run to go back just to showcase some stuff. And then I'll just reload the state if something happens. Because I'm not going to do this run every time, just for pacing reasons. But yeah, we are going for early Master Sword, and that's actually going to add a whole new layer of difficulty to this run. Because if you don't know, early Master Sword breaks certain scripting events in this game, which technically does make it impossible to 100%. But there are ways to fix it, and I will have to get creative. I'm doing this because if we get the early Master Sword now, I get warping. Warping is a massive quality of life in this game that you don't get until about halfway through your adventure, and that is the one thing I don't like about Twilight Princess, going back to it. The fact that the warp ability is only available for the wolf form is really not that useful, actually. Because you can warp between 2 different Twilight sections, and then you have to wait until you beat like 3 dungeons to warp anywhere you want for the rest of the adventure. It takes a little too long for that to open up. It's like the Ocarina of Time warp songs. They come too late. As by the time you get a lot of them, you don't need them anymore. So, I'm going to unlock warping early by doing this. So again, just for sake of time, this will just have it so we don't have to keep on running back and forth. I made a new state that's right here, so we just reload this. Save states in this game are a little finicky, though, on the PC version, so I'm not going to rely on these too much. Because they reload the state of everything, but they have to reload the room to do it. It's not like an emulator save state. It has a little bit of issues. It's better than the save states in the Ocarina port, I'll tell you that much. Save states legitimately break the game. Like, it just causes things to not load. Oh, come on, you gave me the bad hand. This is kind of luck dependent as well to do this jump. So I'm doing something called a long jump attack, and in order to do this, I need to target one of these shadow beasts and have them do a specific attack. Then I can use them in the charge attack to jump way higher than normal. But it is a little dependent on this guy's positioning and his arm too. Like if his arm is not risen high enough, this doesn't work. And that is the luck dependent part. Sometimes he raises this high, which you need. Sometimes he's like down low. That doesn't work. There is a setup, though, to make this a little bit more consistent. So I'm using the setup. And yeah, when he does that, that's just a guaranteed failure. There's nothing you can do about that. That's the one thing I hate. Sure. I don't know why that didn't kill me. But okay. Sometimes things don't actually hurt you when they damage you. Fancy that. No, I didn't hold enough to the angle. That was on me. So I might be here for a minute. I'm glad I got that second try earlier, but now I'm definitely not going to be getting it anytime soon. That's just how it goes. Oh, then I got a weird angle on that one. So that would have worked, but I was too far over to the right, I believe. It was right or left. It might have actually been too far to the left. There's only a very specific spot of this wall you can actually stand on. The rest of it, you get knocked off. And that's the attack. I can't let him hit me. Normally, I would just take that hit and try again. But this is one hit KO, so I literally can't do that. He hits me, and it actually counts for damage. Then I will die and have to run back here every time. By the way, if you want that untouchable achievement, Just do it against Shadow Beasts. Because this is easy to get the untouchable, because you just kill these guys constantly. We're killing me. We don't talk about the bird to begin with, back in the first Twilight Hyrule. And then this guy. Well, not this guy. Out of bounds, technically. The only thing that throws me off when I'm done with this is there is a very specific spot you jump down after you get this part complete, going into Lost Woods, but I don't know where the death planes are. I legitimately have no way of checking. I don't know why I'm not getting hurt by this stuff. The bird killed me before, and just to clarify, infinite health is not on, so it's not like I will have a cheat that's preventing this. I'm just getting really lucky from some of these hits. Okay, he was not even close to the wall. Sometimes I'm just unlucky with the lineup. He needs to be very close, like over here. Come on. There you go. As close as possible, buddy, because then he rubs against it trying to attack me. But still not close enough. I'm not great at this, as you can tell. I was practicing this before stream a couple days, and I got this maybe 1 out of like 10 times. I'm not good at the trick. I know what to do, but it's not easy. Thankfully, if you fail it, it's not that big of a deal. You just waste time. Wasting time is fine. It's dying, that's a problem. And spoilers, one of the things I need to do to correct the state we're going to put this game in because of Early Master Sword, if I fail the trick, it will kill me. So I will expect the number to get ballooned at some point because of one thing I have to do. But that's not until, like, a couple hours in. We'll talk about that when the time comes. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that trick. I feel like I'm getting really unlucky with the lineups here every time. I need this guy to be close to the wall. He's not sticking to it. Yeah, let me bait him back over here. Come over here. I stand over on this tree trunk. He comes back over. That's much closer now than it was before. I stand here. Charge. Lock on. Hold up right. Or up left, excuse me. And he had the perfect angle, but I didn't go far enough to the left. Too close. Also, there's a distance factor to this too. Ah, crap. And that's why we saved beforehand. So, unfortunately, I have no way of redoing that now. Because if you kill the beasts, the portal opens up, which then causes this to be, you know, bad state. If I die and reset, this stays like this too. So, really, I'm going to count this as having to reload. I'm going to put a def on the screen for this, because I am, fortunately, having to redo stuff. I'll count that towards a def, because I feel like those guys should have killed me 3 times over, so we'll make that as the compromise. I don't even know why I didn't get a jump there. That's a new one. Get the second try. Literally even the first 2 minutes. Can't get it ever again. That's about right. No, that's not the right attack. He was giving me the down low. Don't want down low. You want up high. Oh, see, that would have been good if I didn't go straight to the right. Because that was the height you need. But, again, you can't go too far over on that ledge because you will hit a wall. there's some of that part that counts as floor, but not all of it. And unfortunately, I'm hitting the part that's the wall. There's like this slope around here that I'm standing. That's where you need to go if you don't want to hit the wall. Because then you land on solid ground. That's what I'm trying to land on. Oh, too low. Come on. Okay, now I'm just getting annoyed. Problem is, I'm getting pushed around weird spots. I'm letting go of the stick a little early, which I'm not supposed to do. So I'm also screwing up my own self. Okay, I don't even know why that's failing now. Let me give you a little bit more visual aid what's going on, because I almost forgot I can do this. Input viewer. I can actually show you exactly what we're doing by looking at this thing. I'll have it covered in rupees right now. It doesn't matter. You can see exactly the button combos now. I need to be like this against the guy. So up left. Oh, you're in a stupid spot again. I like him being right against the wall over here, because then he has a better chance of lining up correctly. I'll go there. Stand here. B. Lock on. Hold. And that just pushed me too far left, so I got a really bad jump. That is legitimately the luck part. At least to me. Yeah, I apologize. We will be here for a bit, unfortunately. I got it early. I was hoping we would just bypass this fast, but now I'm just getting really unlucky. I gotta focus. Because I legitimately now don't know what I'm doing wrong, because I've been doing the same thing for the past, like, 10 minutes. And now I'm not even getting the height. I think I'm just getting the sloppy performance now because it's just nerves. Hey Jared, how you doing? Just in time for me to grind a really bad trick. Because I'm terrible at it. As we can kind of tell. I imagine the last few weeks been hectic. How'd the house closing stuff go? Hello? Take damage. Thank you. There you go. That's the angle I want. I unfortunately went a little too far, because that sometimes is a problem with LJAs. You can overshoot. I was releasing that too late. That was my fault. I gotta pay more attention to where his arm is. You release it the moment it's up in the air. Any later, and then you just don't do the LJA. Like that. That was too late, but I couldn't get a good grasp on where he was going. It looked like he was gonna line up wrong for a minute there, so I didn't want to put Wolf Link in a bad spot. Oh, come on, he was literally on the edge. He actually slipped off. The one time he makes the jump in the past 10 minutes, and he decides, I don't feel like being up there anymore. Slide off like I have butterfeet. This is the Luigi all of a sudden? Come on. Get over here. did that too late. I wasn't lined up yet. That was a problem. Finally moved in, took a touch of trips, cars, one rental. And it's good you got it all done, because I can imagine that was very stressful. But I'm glad to hear that you're finally moved in. Hope the new house has been good so far. Now, also, I can understand that new job take a lot out of you in the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully that's been going good, too. I did that too early. That's my fault. I thought he was doing the down low for a second. I just didn't read his attack right. You can see now why I'm not a speedrunner. He's not giving me the right hand signal, though. He's still doing the down low, though. Needs to be a little higher. Okay, I didn't even know you can jump off the wall, because that's also a first. I literally make it just to fall off a second time. I mean, this is getting really stupid now. I'm learning more things about the collision of this wall I wish I actually didn't know. And also, for some reason, these shadow beasts just don't hurt. Which is something I also didn't know. Some attacks apparently just don't work correctly. Because these guys do hurt. I know for a fact they do. But I don't know why I'm not getting killed if I get hit. I'm legitimately confused about that. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying your new place so far, Jared, and hope, like, the setup for, like, the quote-unquote nerd room you're setting up, hopefully that goes over smoothly and everything, too. It's nice to have your own space to do stuff in. Oh my god, how do you... He's literally sliding every time. I gotta do something with this room at some point. I've kind of been thinking about maybe rearranging it, maybe moving things around, just haven't really had much of a idea of what to do yet. Still trying to iron that down. My biggest issue, I have to figure out where to move stuff because of cable runs. That's kind of complicated. How I have it set up in here now is kind of the perfect cable run situation. Everything is down to like the last inch. So I'm afraid if I move things around, it might not have the room. I knew that was gonna miss. He did that early attack. It's good to hear you're getting that much stuff done in your place. Oh, sweet mother of God, this is getting really dumb now on these hitboxes. But yeah, putting a powder just between the two of you, that's a very impressive feat. Glad to hear that that went over, well, it's planned. For God's sakes. Finally. Oh, of course that happens during the ad break on Twitch. Whatever. Just go with it. Just go with it. had a feeling. I had a feeling that wasn't I don't know where the death plane is. That's the issue. So for reference sake, I'm gonna cheat here for a second, just because I need to see something. Hey, look, first try. There is a very specific spot out of bounds we can't go because it counts as death, but I don't know where exactly that spot is on the map. That green is where it is. For the testing, we are counting that, by the way. The green I can't go through because this is death. And I did this in practice in this exact lineup, so I'm actually confused as to where I'm supposed to jump now, because I've jumped literally between these trees before and been fine. So that's kind of confusing to me. I think I jump here. Yeah, that's really dumb. Okay. So I just kept on going like a pixel too much, I guess, to right. Because that's how I'm dying. That shouldn't happen anymore, but I just... Oh my god, this trick is very weird. Apologies for how long this is taking, but that's the thing. It's a challenge run, so I don't expect things to be, like, extremely fast. Challenge runs are meant to take a lot of time. Now I know I can just be safe about that hit for some reason. Because, like, if he hits me now, like a normal attack, it's supposed to actually kill. Like, one of these are going to kill me. Right? As a reminder, no infinite health. One hit KO. Shadow Beasts just don't do anything. I don't know why, but they're just apparently pacifists. I wasn't expecting a fast one. Now we'll reach Forest Temple. This won't be that much longer. I'm saying that because I wanted to actually go over. I know what I'm doing now. I know what I'm doing wrong. I just have to get a good attack. Because I need to stand, it's like around here. Because again, just to showcase, if I turn on the collision view, all this is solid up here, but it's also slippery, as you can see. You need to get to around this part in particular, because this is the one part that's okay. Like if I put on another factor. No, none of these tell me. Okay. Wireframe kind of details it a little bit more, because you can see where I'm standing is the right spot. Any part that's below where Wolf is on his left, that technically is not a spot I can stand. Because that's slope. I also have to remember to turn back off that cheat code because I only have it on for demonstration purposes. And we don't want that to be on for the rest of this run because I will forget it and I'll be wondering, how am I moon jumping? Oh yeah, that's right, cheat code. I think I remember when I demonstrated the Dusklight port back in May. I also had problems with this too. But again, we have to do this. I'm not going to cheat my way up, and I do need Master Sword early, because there's a lot of extra challenge I'm putting in this run because of Master Sword early, and it's going to be worth it. It's just, unfortunately, the setup for it I'm not good at. I'm not really someone who plays this game too much to know exactly how this works. So I'm just going to take the L every time I fail. Just try it again. Again, that's kind of the point of challenge runs. I literally watched a speedrunner play this port like a few months ago, and they even had problems with this, because this is not easy. This is actually pretty hard. Mind you, this is a speedrun that hasn't really done a speedrun of TP in a while, so that tells you a lot. This is hard. If you practice it, it can be consistent. But if you don't, not so much. I went too far to the left. Are you serious? It's like in the middle of the tree, and I don't know how I went that far left. Finger slipped. I wasn't supposed to let go yet. Gave me the wrong attack. I can't work with that one. Dude, quick spin. I mean, I killed him. That worked. This is how I have to keep on resetting them. I have to kill only 2. If I kill all 3, as we see, the portal appears, and then this is impossible. What the? Okay. That's a new one. I legit don't know what happened there. I think I clipped through him when he was doing a 360? Sure. I lined this up correct. There you go. Oy. So, for all of that, I'm gonna shut up for a minute, and I'm gonna let you guys listen to one of our first songs that we need to get hidden skills. We can get this early, but we can't actually get the hidden skill for much later. The thing is, I need to activate this now because I won't be able to get this until Temple of Time, which will be way later in the game. So, I'm activating the wolf statue early. So with that said, enjoy the music. After all that, worth it. Worth it for a little bit of Prelude with Light from Ocarina of Time. I believe that also check marks this area too. Like, now I don't have to worry if I jump down a cliff. Because I should be good. Also, interesting map, by the way, that we saw earlier. We saw Tears of Light in areas that we can't access, and now I can't see the wolf anymore. Very interesting. So now that I'm here, we're safe. If I die, I respawn here in Sacred Grove. And the reason why we're doing all this as a reminder, because I know that took a bit, but the reason why we're doing this is getting early Master Sword is going to grant us the ability to transform between Wolf Link and Human, which is also going to allow me to do a lot more in this game. But it's going to introduce new challenges at the same time. So, with that said, here's another song for you. Good old Zelda's Lullaby. Get away. I'm kind of worried about these puppets because they are very fast and they gang up on you. I can't get rid of them. They will infinitely respawn. So I gotta be very careful. Take out Skull Kid and I'll at least kill the ones around the area. So I have to keep that in mind. Yeah, this is an interesting Skull Kid. Like, he has the Deku pipes from Majora's Mask. That's what he's playing. I knew that was going to happen at some point. He has the Deku pipes from MM, which that doesn't really make that much sense when you think about it for Skull Kid. But this is supposed to take place at the events of Majora's Mask, so he could have gotten him off a certain Deku in that game. Oh, I gotta do the ZL thing again? Really? Thankfully, I can skip the cutscenes. I'm only gonna watch that once. But yeah, if we die, we gotta redo all the stuff in this part of the Sacred Grove. So we do want to be extremely careful on that, which I think even counts for the very final encounter against Skull Kid, so I have to be extremely careful. And again, these guys infinitely respawn, so we can't get rid of them for good. Not until Skull Kid is taken care of. So I might just have to take these out here and there, just to at least clear the way. Any moments like that, I'm just concerned about these guys coming close. Take them out. So I went the wrong way. Gotta go this way next. Again, I'm used to the Wii version, so I'm gonna definitely do a back and forth in some areas because I'm used to the reverse layout. Like how he actually plays the Zelda's Lullaby tune on his little bagpipe setup, which is kind of weird. The bagpipe's from MM, but it's also a flute, because he modified it. Yeah, we're going to actually see a little bit of a mood whiplash here from Midna, which is going to be kind of funny. My plot's going to make no sense. If you're familiar with how the plot of this game goes, my Midna is going to be very back and forth. She'll have a little bit of bipolar disorder in this part. She'll be nice for 1 second, mean the next. Alright, that's it. We're done chasing him, so now Skull Kid will open the way to the actual ending of Sacred Grove. So now I don't have to worry about these Skull Kids chasing me for much longer. Now I gotta worry about them fighting me in hordes. He mad. There we go. You can technically attack Skull Kid before he calls for more of his puppets. It's just kind of difficult to do, because I think you gotta be extremely fast on that call. You get close to Skull Kid and he'll warp. That's why it technically is possible to fight him now without killing his minions, but you're supposed to kill these puppets. It's when he's blowing his bagpipes there is when you can attack. Yeah, we're going to be learning a lot of things out of sequence here. It's going to be kind of funny. Spoilers, by the way. It's not just going to be the plot that'll be a little bit messed up. My routing is also going to be a little bit messed up, too. Because my dungeon order is going to be a little weird. It's not going to just be the same old dungeon order you're used to. I will have to kind of jump around a bit. But I am completing all the dungeons, so I might just have to pop in and out for a minute. There you go. We're done. Only had one death in this section. That's not bad. I was kind of worried I was going to get blindsided more often. Alright, we got this little section again. This is the last time we hear the Zelda's Lullaby howl, though. So, if you like this song, unfortunately after this, no more. Well, with that little tune done, welcome to hell! Yeah, we didn't really do something we're gonna actually like, because now we have to do a puzzle to get the Master Sword! Everyone's favorite, / least favorite, part of the game. I can tell that was sarcasm. I have no idea why they did this, because this is the most... section in the whole game? Like, this doesn't make any sense. They really don't explain it that well. And it's a really dumb puzzle. It's a symmetrical movement puzzle. So you have to know exactly where to go. If you go the wrong way, then you're just not going to line these two up. So I hope you know the pattern off the top of your head, or maybe have a guide on standby that you can maybe look over. Possibly at. Wouldn't be me. There are multiple ways to solve this puzzle. What I'm doing is pretty much the universal standard that everyone kind of knows. Like, this is the one you'll find immediately if you look up guides. Yeah, these statues move the way you do, and it sucks. They can crush you, which doesn't kill you, but it will reset the puzzle. And you can actually get this in a failure state, where there's no possible way to actually solve the puzzle. So you're allowed to reset it by just talking to the statue and just trying again. Alright, and now we're going to have an interesting cutscene, because this is not going to play correctly. There will be a little piece of it that is technically skipped. Wait, there's no one there. Who's supposed to be there? No one. Oh, well. Oh, hey, there's Midna. Where were you a second ago? Ah, that's right, because she's not technically supposed to exist yet in the world of light, but here she is. Yeah, we're going to really screw up the plot a little bit, because this is supposed to be after your final Twilight section in Lanayru. This is definitely jumping the gun. But getting early Master Sword does open the game up pretty significantly. And as a reminder, I'm playing the PC port here, Dusklight. This has a lot of quality of life already. Bigger wallets, faster Twilight sections, fast transforms, the sun song to go between day and night. But warping is still restricted to the wolf form. And in order to unlock warping permanently, you need the Fused Shadow. And to get that, you need the Master Sword. So this is the entire reason we spent that long earlier back in Orden Forest just to get that early Master Sword jump. That was that important. This is also technically, again, we're going to talk about this later, but story significance, Midna's mood completely whiplashes by the time you finish Lanayru. as a whole. Because starting with her Desperate Hour, you really start to see her character change. And she starts becoming a lot more friendly to you. Not to mention, she starts actually respecting you instead of just using you. So we got that little nugget of info for all of 5 seconds, because she is not going to be like that as soon as we return. But yeah, we can now do this, which is huge. I don't think I can get the bug here yet, though, right? Because I think I need a projectile of some kind. I remember this in Rando. Yeah, I can't get that. I need hookshot, or I need Gale Boomerang. I don't have either. I have a slingshot, for whatever that's worth. So I can warp now, except no, I can't. The Z button warp doesn't work yet. There's a certain part in the tutorial we haven't gotten to that gives us that ability. But talk to Midna. And would you look at that? We can warp literally wherever, which includes the Orden Spring. Actually, I don't remember. What happens if you go back to the spring right now? Because you're not supposed to be able to do that. I need to know for science. I'm gonna go to Fair Woods first, just in case something bad happens, and save here. But I gotta go back and see what happens, because I legit don't know. I'm actually in a very curious state. I kind of want to go back to the town for a second, too. Because I want to see if you can talk to anyone here. Because this is technically the part you're not supposed to be able to go back to. This is a part of the game where you're supposed to only be in the Twilight Realm. So I wonder if there's any dialogue here in particular that they intended for you to read at some point, but then got scrapped. Alright. I think our friend took a little too many beatings to the head. You don't recognize your good friend Link? It's Link. Wow! Friendly fire! Alright, you know, it's worth putting a death on the death counter just for that, because I didn't know he attacks you when you're a human being! You're never supposed to be here as a human! So, the fact that he attacks me when he knows I'm Link, it's like, are you kidding me? Oh, that's a good one. The really dumb section, but that's a good one. Oh, even she's afraid. Okay. I see nobody trusts a human in this house. Can I go in the mayor's house? Nope. It's your good friend Link. Runs straight into the torch and pitchfork right away. Boom. How you did? Like, okay. Yeah, no one's here. I can't even jump the fence as a wolf. I just can't get over the fact that I can actually get hurt. My own friend. Can I at least go shopping? Because you're not able to ever go in the shop as a wolf. It is technically day, so they would be open for business. No, blocked. That's really weird. Because it counts as night right now, even though it's daytime. Like, this is a night-only section in the game. That is really weird. Oh, I don't think that's gonna matter anymore. Midna, my own people don't trust me. They see a guy here in a green tunic and they think, oh, that's a stranger without looking at my face. Yeah, don't worry. If someone could clip that on Twitch, it's appreciated. I already got the clip myself, just in case that didn't happen. That's definitely a interesting moment. I'll definitely have to make a short out of that, especially before I won't be able to see anything back from it in the future. Ah, so if you do end up coming over here after you're put into Twilight, Minda does still pull you back in, and it acts like a normal cutscene. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Yeah, it says skip. This is the Sword Steel cutscene again, isn't it? Oh, God. I know what's gonna happen. Yep, I knew it! I'm gonna let this one play out for obvious reasons. When you're a wolf in a human cutscene, or a human in a wolf cutscene, your model doesn't load right. And Midna's in the same boat. Oh my god, that actually landed on my face. That's impressive. Because my face isn't really in the right spot in this cutscene. Like, nothing is. I don't know if you noticed. Link, you alright there? Looks like you broke your arm into your nose. The longer you see the model, the more cursed it gets. Minda's also cursed too, because she's like half transparent, like she's supposed to be in the light realm as human, and then half fully visible like she is in Twilight, and it's really creepy. We should probably finish the Twilight section now after that nightmare fuel. Like, I kind of agree with that, though, Aiden. Like, Link is cursed. Don't get me wrong there. But the Minda model actually looks surprisingly good with that kind of effect. It makes her look more demonic, and that's kind of the point of her imp form. She is kind of like a little demon. Oh, by the way, you can collect the tears as a human. This will be important later if you don't want to break certain cutscenes. Yeah, this is something we're not supposed to be able to do yet. But now as human, we can get through the fog. Because it just requires the torch. But if you fail anywhere, you do die. I didn't think that was enough to choke me out, but alright. Thankfully, it doesn't actually hurt you, so it's fine if that happens. Okay, the problem also right now is the fog is technically visible and also moving away at the same time. The collision's moving, but the graphic is not. It's kind of cursed. But right now, this is the best way we can get back over to the Shadow Beast fight. Okay, I pressed the button to actually use the lantern. That was just kind of stupid. But yeah, again, this doesn't kill you. It just voids you out. It's not a big deal. I'm surprised that void out doesn't count as anything. It's just a time waste. I know you can get through this with like 3 rolls, and then you do the lantern swing. Just for some reason, this final part is like kind of not working. Yeah, this is also why we didn't pick up all the tears immediately, by the way. I did that in a very specific way. Hey, look, it's everyone's favorite Shadow Beast. Oh my god, I failed the setup. Oh my god, I failed everything. They're all dead. Because now it doesn't matter. Now we can actually get through this section properly. Oh, also, I believe I can steal from the bird right now. And he's not gonna know because, yeah, he's not here. See? Free lantern oil! Sucker. If the bird's not here, you don't have to worry about paying. But for some reason, you can't transform that area, even during Twilight. Here, I'll give him I'll give him a buck. I feel bad. I'll give him 1 rupee. Yeah, we helped you. You're welcome. I was gonna say, can I please transform here? We could technically go in the Forest Temple right now, but I'm not gonna do that just yet. I want to play through all the story as correct as possible. There's gonna be some quotes on that because I'm gonna have to make some deviations now because of early Master Sword. But we still will be able to 100% the game. It's still possible. Which includes even the oddities like letters. This is also, by the way, going to be the only cutscene when we restore a land from Twilight that's actually going to play correctly now. Because when you're a wolf and you clear a land of Twilight, you're supposed to automatically transform back into a human. That doesn't happen if you get the early Master Sword. But for some reason, this is the only part that will play out correctly. I do believe it's because of the outfit change. Which we got spoiled to because I transformed early and I got to see the hero's tunic. So, oops. This guy's gonna tell me something I already know. Hello, Farron. One of the spirits of light, you know, next to the one apparently that's 5 doors down. Don't ask why we became so close. Guardians are supposed to be spread out, but for some reason we're roommates. Also, look at your awakened form. Holy crap, that's the same clothes I was wearing 5 minutes ago. What he's about to say is also going to be hilarious too. Your name is Link. You are the hero chosen by the gods. I think a sword on his back kind of answered that question earlier, because that sword doesn't belong to anyone that's not the hero of the land. Only true heroes are able to wield the Master Sword. Only a handful of people in the entire timeline have wielded this thing. I know. I'm one of them. You're a little late to the party. Should have said this like 30 minutes ago, buddy. Like, huh. My arm isn't broken into my nose. That's good. You should have seen me a couple minutes ago, buddy. Ah, I didn't get it. There's a 1 frame backflip you can do here, and it skips the minute text. I think I've done it like once. So I should mention, by the way, early Master Sword lets me use this early, so we're never gonna really use the Wooden Sword. This counts for 100%. This is slightly stronger than the Wooden Sword. So that's good, but the Master Sword is the strongest blade in the game. So we're gonna just use the Master Sword for pretty much everything. I'm already gonna be dealing with enough hardship as it is, so having an extra strength sword, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. I actually kind of prefer having this early. There's also gonna be something very important here that we don't do. This will make sense later, but right now, we're just grabbing the small key. He sells you lantern oil in a bottle. So that's your second bottle. We're gonna deny that. We will come back and buy from you later, but the thing is, I don't want to buy the oil bottle right now. I need to wait until later, because I'm actually going to use that bottle for something very, very specific. It's going to be setting up for another glitch, and it's going to help fix the state I put this game in. So I unfortunately have to leave the bottle for now. We have the money, because it's only 100 rupees, but we'll get it later. Also, this is going to be very helpful that I have the wolf form, because I can just take the shortcut. Get the Highland Shield early while we're at it. I mean, I kinda can, but it's not worth it. To get the Highland Shield early, I would have to go into Forest Temple, get the boomerang, leave, then I can get out of this area and into Hyrule Field. Then from there, I probably can get the shield by going through Lake Hylia and just working my way through Hyrule Castle. It's not really worth it. Like, that's a lot of steps, and legitimately, the only difference between the shields is the fact that the wooden shield can burn. That's it. But, funny enough, the wooden shield actually doesn't burn right away. You can put the wooden shield out from its fire. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, in fact, you'll see a speedrun of this game never equip a Hylian shield, because there's just no purpose. No matter what category we're talking about. This also takes like 1,000,000 years, by the way. This monkey just wants to flip around the lantern in his own time schedule here. Like, she's kind of slow. It's kind of why, if you do early Master Sword, you technically want to use the warping ability now and just warp away from here. But again, I want to play through this because it has a proper challenge. There are enemies that are in this area that could kill us. So I don't want to skip the challenge. If you void out here at all, like, go into the fog and suffocate, then you got to start back over from the beginning. It doesn't kill you, but you have to redo all this. And as you imagine, you don't want to do that, because this takes forever. I might get the keys before they notice us. Can I, like, aim? Thank you. Jeez, it took like 9 shots, but we finally got it. I do have to fight, I think, a Deku Baba up ahead, so I'll get the seeds back. Yeah, there it is. Because this girl wants to go this specific path. And say, now we're good. Got my seeds back. Unfortunately, we're at the end, but she's got to run around one more time with her lantern to burn up the last of its oil. Because, like, what's the point in this? Like, we're on solid land now. You're good. You don't need to waste any more of my oil. But unfortunately, that drains the entire thing. It doesn't matter if it's full or on empty, because now it's just empty no matter what, which is kind of dumb. Hello? Can I not? Can I just pick it up? Thank you. I will need some lantern oil. Hey, you didn't notice anything during a certain Twilight section, right? I can jip the bird, technically. Like, what I can do here is, that's 20 rupees. I can select 19. And it's fine. But I feel bad about it. Here you go, you can have another one. Because I don't want him to actually attack me. But you do get an achievement for that, so if you're playing the PC port, just sip him. Then you get an achievement. If you don't pay him outright, he just calls you a thief, which I think might be another achievement, but I don't want to take the risk. That just counts as a death right there. But it doesn't. This will be one of many hidden skills. And this one is required to beat the game, because it's not needed for anything else, except for the final attack against the final boss. What a cruel joke to put on the player. Because you find out the hard way. I've heard some speedrunners skip this very first skill, which is possible. If you skip the ending blow, it's impossible to land the final hit on Ganondorf, and it is required to beat the game, meaning that if you're playing a randomizer, you can find everything but this first hidden skill. And yeah, good luck. Kind of funny how this is the first thing you learn. It's a mandatory hidden skill. The rest are optional, but this is a requirement to beat the game because of one specific interaction. It's really weird of how it's set up, because you never need this, except for that one specific instance. But we'll be getting all these, so it doesn't matter. It's just a fun fact to point out. Also, yeah, the sound of the wind. Yeah, I gotcha. There's one of you around like Hyrule, I think. Somewhere maybe in like Kakariko, or maybe just sitting out in the castle grounds, something like that. Like, I can't check my map. It doesn't work yet. Yeah, even it is one hit KO. Yeah. Hey, that's technically the version of me from last year that died like, what, 400 times? We don't count maybe almost 100 of those deaths because I was just trying to show how to get the Ganon's castle early, but that's besides the point. So here we are, our first actual dungeon of the game. I think for a bit, up until we get to the mini-boss, I will use the Orden sword, because we're never going to have a chance to use this outside of right now. Because, again, there's no reason to use this sword once you get Master Sword. It doesn't do anything special in the game, so we might as well use it for a bit. But again, the game is going to really be throwing its all at me because of one-hit KO, so I'm going to come in with a little bit of unfair advantage myself, just to counteract that. There we go. I was gonna say, can you just break open the cage? Thank you. Yeah, it's the same monkey that stole her lantern, so they didn't really get that far. They entered this area somehow. I don't know how, because if we didn't burn the web, it just goes through web, I guess. You know, you could have destroyed that for me, right? You're lucky I burned it for you. Bomb Chew, get out of here. Interesting enemy redesign, because the Bomb Chews were more like rats in the other games, and here it's a spider. I should mention, by the way, arachnophobia warning just in general when we deal with spiders in this game. There's one in this room. The sculpture redesign in this game is a little freaky, I will admit, and because I'm playing with HD textures, they get a little freakier. I know not everyone's the fan of this kind of design for that reason, so just as your heads up now. I will definitely give another arachnophobia warning when we get the Temple of Time, because that boss fight I know creeps people out. Monkey's more helpful than Midna right now. Well, she's more helpful now that we can warp, but yeah. Yeah, I can get that. You know, when I first played this game as a kid, played on old CRT television, composite cables, so it wasn't the easiest to make out all the detail in this game. I thought the thing that monkey was wearing, because it's mind control right now. That's kind of the plot. I thought it was like a mask of some kind. Maybe a hat. But it's a bug. It's the same bugs that we were seeing in the Twilight. It definitely didn't look like that on old TV, that's for sure. I wish I could blow that bomb up early, but I can't. Normally, to blow up a bomb early, you just hit it. But I can't do that because that will damage me, and we don't want to die. I was trying to get the rupees, but whatever. So this is an interesting character. This is Uku. Our form of fast travel that only works in dungeons. But the caveat is that you have to find Uku every single time you enter a new dungeon, so Uku really isn't the most useful fast travel. I think this is a massive downgrade compared to Forest Wind. This was supposed to be this game's equivalent of the warp magic spell from Ocarina, and it just doesn't work in the same way. I think it's worse. There are some dungeons you literally can't get this ability until like almost halfway through. It doesn't work. Oh, by the way, this is the only type of that spider in the game. I don't know why, but that's the only sculpture that's like that. It hasn't even like a special name too. And it doesn't appear anywhere else. It's random. But yeah, we're not gonna be using Uku here. I actually can't use Uku for one of these dungeons. There are a total of 4 missable letters in this game. 2 of them are glitch related. So I'm not worried about those, and they're both related to the bomb shop. So I'm gonna definitely get those, because I'm not gonna be skipping story significant pacing. But their Uku letters, on the other hand, you actually can miss 2 of them permanently. You can miss 1 Uku letter just for using Uku when you first find them. Because you're supposed to get a letter saying, hey, next time use me, please. That letter you can't get if you use Uku in a dungeon. So right now, if I used it, that letter becomes impossible to get for the rest of this playthrough. So we have to just stick to not using Uku for Forest Temple. I'll get the letter guaranteed after this. The other one, you get for using Uku. As the next time you get a letter from the postman, then you'll get a letter from Uku saying, hey, thanks for using our service, essentially. Those both are missable depending on how you play the game, so I'm gonna play in a very specific way to not miss those letters. We will be actually needing to use Uku. Funny enough, because one of the things I have to do now, because of Early Master Sword, is I need to utilize Uku for some warping. And we'll talk about that in due time. That's probably a thing we'll be showing off next week. Oh, I believe this cutscene's messed up if you're a wolf. I gotta try it. He'll eventually let me transform. This is a very long cutscene, for some reason. I guess Wolf doesn't have the power to knock down a cage. But a human does. Explain that logic. I didn't know that had wolf soft lock potential, I guess. Like a fix to make sure if you're a wolf, then you can't interact with the cage. That makes no sense. I think this might be a state where... Actually, I don't think I want to try it, because I think it could lead to a crash. I think if you use the wolf with the monkeys, because you're never supposed to be able to do that, it does glitch the game out to a degree that it becomes impossible to play anymore. And I don't want to break my game to a point where I gotta reset it. Especially with this Uku state I'm in. I don't want to throw that away. Nice camera. Grab it. I gotta run. I barely have enough time to do this, and this is required. Oh, I'm gonna have to come back to this room because I don't have the boomerang. There's another chest you get in here, and I believe it's one of the 2 pieces of heart, because this is one of the few Zelda games that put pieces of heart in dungeons. There should be 2 in every dungeon, if I remember correctly. And I can't get the one in here right now because I do need the boomerang. Going the long way. Just to make sure. You can't get jump scared by a tile if you're nowhere near the tiles. Yeah, there's a lot that comes out specifically around that date in question next month, Ethan. I don't know why, either. Like, next month is busy, but specifically the 17th. Yeah, that's a packed day. I don't know why everyone's releasing it once. I know a lot of devs in particular are wanting to get the games out for the next, like, 3 months just because of the Grand Theft Auto 6 window. So I get at least trying to release before November. But specifically, like, around a few days apart at most in September. It's just insane of what's happening next month in the industry. It's a lot. Maybe they're also trying to, yeah, beat the Tokyo Game Show stuff. I don't know. Or just try to release around the same time. Again, I don't even know when it's supposed to be this year. We do know when the Game Awards is, at least. Like, I heard that date, because that's supposed to be, what was it, the 12th or something? It's the second Thursday in December, which that's usually what it is. I'm thinking the only game, like, massive one in particular, that is releasing in December is, yeah, definitely going to be Ocarina. How did that hurt me? I don't even know what hit me on that bomb chew anymore. Or bombling. Sorry, I'm going to call him bomb chews because the Ocarina head. I'm gonna assume when I slashed him and he moved upwards like that, the bomb rubbed against Link, which still counts as a hitbox. Because I don't know why else I would have took a hit there. Because this guy isn't technically a bomb yet. He doesn't become a bomb until it hits the ground. So when he's transforming like that and still in the air, he still has an active hitbox. Which is a cruel joke to play on the player, as we just seen. That'll be for later. Cannot wait for that remaster. I think it's the opposite of what normally people say. I know you don't have as much interest yourself, Ethan, in the Ocarina one. Because you just don't have the same attachment, which is understandable. There you go. He's not done, though. Like, that's only to kill the boss of the room. By the way, we'll see this guy again. Funny enough, third to last dungeon in the game. Like, they introduce this enemy now and bring him back in City in the Sky of all places. I don't know why, but introduce this enemy in one dungeon very early in the game and then just forget about it for 80% of your adventure. It's kind of random. Of all the things seen in City of the Sky, I wasn't expecting that Deku Baba. That's fair. I mean, to be honest, you have access to probably multiple different copies of the N64 Ocarina anyways. I mean, NSO is the big one, since that's just available in general if you have that expansion pack. But Ocarina has been released on literally every system, minus the Nintendo DS and Game Boy Advance at this point, since it's come out. It's been available on every home console since its release. Which is insane to think about when you really boil it down. Ocarina of Time is one of those games that has multitude of ports. 3DS version is solid. I prefer the original, but that's mainly because of the controls. I didn't like how it felt on 3DS, but it's just because I don't like how the 3DS feels in general for 3D games. I never really care for that circle pad much. So, for me, it just kind of felt a little more stiff. It was hard to walk in a straight line, like every version past Wii, I noticed. Alright, we're at the mini-boss, so this is the part I'm going to swap off of the Orden Sword, because now I'm going to try to do quick kills against some of these bosses, and I can't do that without Master. So the Orden Sword got its use, but now it's going to be pocketed, probably for the rest of the adventure. By the way, if you want an easier time fighting this creature, for some reason, if you skip this cutscene, because this is significant, in this cutscene, this baboon cuts down the Dekubabas around us. They don't spawn if you skip the cutscene. They stay on the ceiling. You can skip enemy encounters if you actually want to. They're not hard to fight. But in one-hit KO, that could have killed me. So, I'll probably end up doing that in the future. I believe this guy, is he called Ook? I believe. Yeah, there you go. He down. Okay, it was Ook. I was trying to remember his name off the top of my head. I thought it was Ook. But yeah, he had a little bug on him. Same as we saw in the Twilight Realm, which I think it's the only time you see one of those outside of the Twilight Realm, which is strange. Okay, and now he's just confused, scared, embarrassed? Who knows? He runs off. We'll see him later. This is also very random. This is the Fairy of the Winds, known as the Gale Boomerang. This is the only time it introduces itself to the character and talks for the entire adventure. So that was very random, but it kind of tells you this is a special boomerang. It's not your average, you just throw it to do damage, because it has wind attributes on it too. It's the only real time in the Zelda series where the boomerang has done something different out of the box. And I love the Gale Boomerang. It's a fantastic item. But unfortunately, really, something that doesn't come back in future games, which is a shame. It's used in Smash Bros. So technically, it makes appearances in other games, not Zelda ones, though. Yeah, that's the only time I can think of that there's like a spirit in an item outside of like our Master Sword with Skyward Sword, obviously. Like it's just kind of random. Yeah, we can lock on the 5 different targets at once. So this is really good for multi-attacking, but also it has a secondary use, and funny enough, doesn't work in the Wii version. I'll explain it here in due time, because I'm going to definitely be using this mechanic a lot. Let's just say the Wolf Link wasn't the only one that got to do some long jump attacks. That's a legit mechanic in this game. When I'm saying long jump attack, that's not a glitch I'm describing. That's a real mechanic. The further away Link is from an enemy, he is supposed to make up that distance with a long jump of some kind, hence the name long jump attack. So this is an intended mechanic in the game that you can also kind of exploit. And Gale Boomerang kind of has its own version of that. But we'll see it again in due time. Hang on, I think I'm going the wrong way, because I need to go back to... Yeah, it's not this room, it's the other one behind me. I need to go back to one of the previous rooms here where we saved a monkey, because I need to get the treasure chest in here. As a reminder, one of the rules in this challenge is I need to get every treasure chest in all the dungeons, even if they are just rupees. There we go, piece of heart. Now we're done with those in this dungeon. 2 more and we get a full heart container, which we'll be able to get here very soon. I know of 2 relatively close heart pieces. I wouldn't say easy, because one of them's not gonna be easy. I'm gonna sequence break for one of them, just because it's fun. Alright, give me this. As funny enough, they put both the map and the compass in the same room, but you can't get the compass until halfway through the dungeon. It taunts you this whole time. And this is the most important compass in the game, probably, just because of this mechanic alone. Midna's telling you might want to check that map, because it tells you where the remaining monkeys are located, too. The red dots are the monkeys we need to collect to actually beat this dungeon. It's just like getting the Ook, there's going to be another section that requires a line of different monkeys swinging around, which, I wonder what they're referencing with that. Like a certain child's toy, perhaps? Yeah, Donkey Kong, obviously. Oh, yeah, my mistake. Dude, I can't wait for the Donkey Kong 64 PC port to come out. It's looking so good so far from the devlogs I've been reading up on. Legitimately, it's going to be fixing a lot of the complaints that I have with emulated versions of DK64. Even the Switch version, which I hear that version on NSO fixes a lot of issues with scripts, but not all of them. So I'm really looking forward to this recomp coming out later, probably within a month or 2, because they said fall, I believe. And I believe sometime this month is supposed to be the Mario Kart Wii one as well. Like, there's a lot of these PC ports coming out. And I mean a lot of them. Feels like at least one every couple weeks now. I think today, actually, there was another one that just came out. I believe today we saw a Spyro the Dragon PC port, which was the PS1 game. Not the new one, the Reignited Trilogy version. It's the PS1 game. So I'm interested to see how that plays. Hello. There you go. I forgot how you stun these things at first with the boomerangs. Doesn't immediately work. I remember where I gotta jump down. Sorry for the spider close-up for those who don't like spiders. I can't remember if it was like this hole or the other hole. It's this one. Actually, no, let's just do this. I know it's supposed to be like a bombling strat to get up here. But I don't know where you're supposed to aim with the boomerang, because you can grab it from down below and pull him back up and hit this net. Alright, we're good. Oh, God. I would be curious to see if that's a thing or not when the PC port comes out. Yeah, I'm good on that one. That game is long enough as it is. I legit haven't fully played through that game since I was a kid. I started to play some of it when it came out on the Wii U VC, but I stopped around World 5. So I legitimately haven't played through a majority of that game since I was probably like maybe 8, 9 years old at most. I liked what I played of it. It's a great game. I even did get all the bananas, but it is very long. So it's not for everyone. I think it's a little too much hate nowadays because honestly, if you feel fatigued, just stop playing it, really. This is how I kind of look at kind of anything, really. But you don't have to get every single banana you see on the ground. You don't even need all golden bananas, because the golden bananas in particular don't really do much outside of give you like a secret ending at the ending, which is just like a glorified blooper reel. And a blooper reel for a video game doesn't make any sense. So you can kind of just look up the video on YouTube to see what I'm talking about. So it's one of those things, you need to get everything at that point. Just get enough to beat it. Unfortunately, it's a rare collectathon on the N64, so you need most of the stuff to beat it. That is the problem. But yeah, I get why people feel it's too much video game. Surprised that reaches. No, I'm fine with this in one-hit KO because I know the game. I don't know DK64 that well. I really just do this with the Zelda stuff because I play these games to death growing up. So I know a lot of them, like the back of my hand. Plus, I feel like they're pretty forgiving when it comes to the one-hit KO stuff, ironically. I think I can, like, do something like this? Hang on. Can I reach back there at all with the lock on? Kind of. Maybe I go, like, here and there. I don't know if this works, but I'm just curious. Because if it doesn't matter. I'll just go up here manually anyways. I have to. I'm just curious about something. Yeah, no. I think there's supposed to be a way you can get a bomb up there and actually hit the wall. But I don't know the right angle to aim. Like, you get close like this. And then it clips the edge on the way up, but not the side of the wall that just does nothing. Oh yeah, I think this game would probably be a little bit harder in general compared to maybe a platformer one-hit KO, but it does depend on a lot of different factors. Again, for me, I played a lot of these Zelda games, so I don't find them as difficult when I'm doing this stuff, only because I know these games really well at this stage. If you don't know these games really at all, yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing one-hit KO for very obvious reasons. Maybe turn on the option at one point if you're experimenting with the game on PC, just to see if you can get through some sections without taking damage. It does make you better at the game, playing with one-hit KO stuff. I feel like I got a lot better at Ocarina of Time by doing that myself, and that's a game I've played so much over the years. I legit, at one point, maybe would want to try a one-hit KO randomizer. Not like a permadeath, because I know some people like doing permadeaths, and I just don't care for that. But I do want to maybe try to see if I can do a one-hit KO and see how much of the game I can get through rando without dying after just doing the entire one-hit KO, like, 100% run. I feel like I would probably do a lot better nowadays. Just also not trying to show all these little things that you could do with this game or not, which will definitely get me killed. That wouldn't be risky. I would definitely take it safe. These streams are kind of like half challenges and half showcases too, which doesn't really help on the difficulty sometimes. I would think, yeah, maybe MM would be, I wouldn't say the hardest. Like, I would say in terms of, like, worst game to KO would be in terms of difficulty, but I guess in terms of pacing, there's not as much in MM that you'd be dealing with, because there's only 4 major dungeons in the whole thing. So, that doesn't help. I want to do a one-hit KO run of that game, because I can do that. That was actually the plan for this year until this port came out. Because that recently got one-hit KO support in 2-Ship 2 Arcanian, and that's the version I'd be using. But that was the original plan, and then obviously this just lined up perfectly because this game is turning 20 years old this year, and it has a little bit more challenge compared to MM, because the real challenge for that game is 100% just knowing what to do for all the side quests. You're not fighting as many enemies. Again, I'll probably be doing that at one point, because I would just love to play that on stream, because I love Majora. It legitimately got a start for all of this that we're doing. I mean, I'm wearing an MM shirt right now to show how much I like the game. I got a poster of it in my room. I think I like Majora's Mask. Something tells me I like Majora's Mask. Hey, look, I can swing now. And I can swing back. That's cool. But I don't need the monkeys, because I can do this instead. Just as good. So, that is a long jump attack, as the achievement just popped up and said. So remember how I said Wolf Link isn't the only one that can do that kind of mechanic? He needs enemies to do that. But as a human, the Gale Boomerang is your best friend for jumping over pretty much any chasm in the game. As long as the boomerang is hovering over a void of some kind, Link tries to make up the distance between the boomerang by extending his jump itself, hence the name Long Jump Attack, as he tries to jump a longer distance. And you can use this to really break the game wide open. Anyways, here's our first boss battle. 2 Decubabas. Nah, it's a little bit more than that. We'll see you in a minute. This is Diababa. Phase 1 is pretty simple. Just throw some bombs in these 2 mouths. I pulled one over, apparently. Okay, the other one exploded. Good. There is a speedrun tech you do in this fight where you pull bomblings over to you in between phase 1 and phase 2. Then you just use those bombs to just destroy this boss in phase 2. But it's risky. You have to be good in your timing, and I've never tried it before in my life, so I'm not even going to try it now. I think that would be a terrible idea. Here's the real boss, by the way. Can't do anything yet. Literally, it's just a waiting game. Because there's no bomblings anymore. They disappeared. I gotta wait. It's just King Dodongo. King Dodongo is a plant, yeah. Alright, here's why we can actually fight this thing. Ook comes back. Ugh, that's a way to say it. Ook comes back. And he brought a gift. This is the part I gotta be worried about. This is really the only attack that can actually hit me, because the rest of what this boss does isn't really threatening. I say that and I rolled right into the toxic sludge. Yeah, I usually take a hit from this stuff because it's kind of jank to dodge. So, unfortunately, it kind of like rubs the poison back and forth in the room, and the problem in particular is the camera sometimes doesn't play nice. So in that case, I couldn't see where I was going. Thankfully, though, when you die, you're right in front of the boss door, so you just go right back in. It's not a big deal. If this was another game, for example, maybe like Ocarina of Time, there'd be a lot more work to get back here every time, which would suck. Dude, can I target the bomb? Thank you. Unfortunately, you can't skip this. So another luxury in the PC version is that if you hold the tab key, it plays the game in 4 times speed. And again, really can't do much here. Just gonna wait. These Deku Bobbles can attack you, but it doesn't really know what to do when you're standing at the door. Ook? You coming? Hello, Ook? I don't think I've ever seen him take this long to actually show up. Thank you. The boss is gonna attack you a couple times before he shows up, I guess. I didn't actually know that. Is there supposed to be like a safe zone I can stand technically for this poison goop? I don't remember. Okay, no, there you go. Just go from one side to the other, you're fine. It's actually not that hard to avoid if you do that. Come on back. Throw it. Okay, we're taking a scenic route. Sure. Sometimes the Gale Boomerang just does that. I was doing it again. Okay, but it's fine. Didn't clip a wall this time. I think I get the finishing blow now because I have the Master Sword. So I do more damage. Yep. This is legitimately one of the easiest bosses in the game, but that's supposed to have one more cycle if you use the Orden Sword. There's no difference. It just takes longer. That's it. Well, that's our first heart container, which means our first real heart. Now we'll actually have protection against hits, right? I mean, that doesn't matter for the grand scheme of things, and it's just a number going up on our screen. I've been here before. I know how this feels. Yeah, the death animation for this fight is pretty cool looking. I mean, a lot of the bosses in general, I think, are really good design in this, especially for their defeat animations. And this is the first game that introduced a victory animation for Link, because when he defeats an enemy, and even a boss, he'll do a little, like, sword flip animation to put his sword back in its sheath. That was introduced first here, because he does that in, like, cutscenes, mainly, in future games. But it's the thing he does gameplay-wise, too, here. Ah, the Fused Shadow. You need all 3 pieces. Definitely need all 3 pieces to beat the game. No, it's not like you can just pull these out of thin air if you somehow do some sequence breaks. Watch a speedrun. That's all I can say. This game has the same interesting flag setup as Ocarina of Time, where you don't need to beat every dungeon. You just need to beat certain ones to grab certain items, and then the plot just continues. Because the game expects you to have all these items if you have, like, item 3 or item 4. Alright, let's go ahead and save. Hey, you did it! Why'd you struggle a bit there? That's supposed to be the first dungeon. It's easy. 1-hit KO. Oh, my bad. Alright, but now I gotta leave. We're done here in the forest. There's nothing else we can do here right now. So it's time for us to go into Hyrule Field. Because my plan is I'm going to go through probably at least until we can get through all of the Elden Twilight. I think after Elden Twilight would be a good stopping point. Because that gets us through the last little bit of tutorial, and I kind of just want to have this stream be tutorial, and that's it. Because legitimately, I want to be done with tutorials after this. Also, since we have Wolf Link, we can move a little bit faster in the overworld, which is a huge plus. And this is when we can start doing some other collecting, like gold bugs, for example, and heart pieces. Interesting enemy, by the way. That guy just runs and poops. I don't know why that's a thing, but yep. He just runs and poops. There's our first bug, a male beetle. In every area, there is a complement bug to the other one. So there's a male and a female that are usually nearby each other. And I don't remember off the top of my head where... I thought you were going right. Okay, I was gonna say, I don't remember where the bug is off the top of my head. If it's on left side or right side, because Weebrain's taking over. These guys are very random on their movement. Holy crap. I gotta go this way. My Weebrain took over. I was going to Lake Hylia. I gotta go over to the right if I want to go to Elden. Also, I believe that other bug's over here. Yeah, there it is on the tree. I remember it was up on one of these, like, cliffside areas. Although it's kind of sparkling in a weird way. Come on now. Thank you. Alright, here we go. Now we get to see, we got the Uku letter. This is one of 4 missable letters in the whole game. So now we get to find out if I got it, which I should. Because he gives you a letter. And I believe that's the only one he gives you right now. I don't know if he gives you the second one too, with Uku. If not, he gives it to you after this Twilight section. Wait a minute. Who is this Telma you speak of? I didn't realize they gave you this early. Okay. So, here's the one that actually makes sense. Because the postman gives you a letter introducing himself. This is not supposed to happen until after you get the Master Sword, and that's his story significant for later. So, I guess there's a person named Telma I gotta see at a Castletown bar? Sure, whatever that means. I'll get the ukulele, I think, after this specific interaction with the postman. I think I get it later. Like, after the next Twilight's cleared later. It's kind of weird. Yeah, so again, my timeline makes no sense, which I think kind of just adds to the comedy of all this. Hey, I don't really think this timeline would be that confusing. Have you seen the official one? That one makes less sense. And that's saying something. Also, I love being dragged into Twilight as a wolf, becoming a human, and then all of a sudden transforming into a wolf again. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, here's another thing that is kind of weird for 100%. The 100% definition for a speedrun just requires you to get one of these scents. And the one they normally get is the Po-Soul scent. And then later on, I think you also have to get the wooden statue scent, like near the end of the game. You just need something in the slot, but I'm going to be going out of my way to get all these, because that is an achievement in the game, but it's also important for story. This scent is the one that tells me where the kids are from Warden Village, and it is how we know where to go for plot. This is also our introduction to how the warping system works, which you're not supposed to be able to do until after you get to this part of the game. So we've been actually doing this early. You have to warp this bridge back from Kakariko, and this is when they teach you how to use the warping system for that reason. This will now give us the ability in the game to warp with the map menu. So now I can just open the map menu with the D-pad, I can warp from there. I don't have to rely on calling Minda every time I want to warp, which is huge. Oh, I didn't know that. The Zelda Universe's Majora's Mask dub is voiced by Chuck Conroy. That's cool. That makes a lot of sense with all the mailman jokes he's done over the years in his Zelda Let's Plays. Alright, get this thing out of here. You can skip actually getting this bridge back in Kakariko Gorge. It's just a really difficult set of events. Like, I believe you need to do something called a rupee slide to get on top of this fence to roll over it. Then when you're on the fence on this top cliff, you walk to the other side, get to a very specific spot, and do a long jump attack across the gorge. It's extremely difficult. But you'll see people do that in like an any percent speedrun, or even like some challenge runs of this game too. Just worth noting. But yeah, now we can warp at any time. That's technically supposed to be the first one you do. We were warping a little earlier than that, but hey, you know, that was technically the first one. Also, we're not supposed to be able to get this right now, but art piece. Yeah, we're supposed to get this after we clear the Twilight. You want to know another one we can't get normally? That one. That requires double claw shot. One of the final items in the game to get. But you can technically get that a little early, and there's multiple ways of doing it. But I want to try this one. This is one I recently learned. First try, let's go. You set that up in a very specific way. Wolf Link can just barely make that jump. It is also possible to jump over here with a long jump attack with a boomerang, but I think the wolf jump is cooler. Not to mention, this is a Spear Zero Check now randomizer because of that, because you can grab this the moment you start a rando seed, and that could be huge. Out of logic check. But yeah, how would I get back? Normally, I would just jump down a pit and void out. But we have the ability to warp, so we'll warp away. I'm impressed I got that first try, and yeah, it took me, what, it felt like 30 minutes to do the early Master Sword thing after I got that second try. I'm a little bitter about that. I don't know if you can tell. I think this is where we need to go based on the scent I'm smelling. They also don't really do a good job. Those guys are supposed to stay in guard and watch, and they just let me run right by them. I guess you missed a lot there, Matt. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. This is totally intended. I mean, look, we even kill these guys as a human. I would have killed that normally if the other guy walked. Why was he moving? Like, okay. Yeah, we did early Master Sword because I want quality of life warping. And it extends this challenge even higher up on difficulty. Why are you cheating? It's more fun. Because now I have a new problem I gotta solve. We'll be talking about that problem at the start of the next stream, probably, because it's regarding the next dungeon. It's that fast that we run into a problem. I don't know if you noticed, but the letter with Telma's bar kind of tells you already things are a little mixed up with our state in the game. The game is a little back and forth of where it's supposed to be in plot now. For the most part, we're playing things out as normal, but then there's other sections where the game thinks we're further ahead. And those sections are the things we gotta worry about. Also, I need to see something for my own sake here. I'm going to the graveyard early. There's a reason why. I'm curious about something. Yeah, early warping, it won't matter. Honestly, until after this Twilight section, it's gonna make a bigger difference then. I get some rupees early. Like, this is completely pointless, but I can do this. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, I'm kind of curious about something else, but wait, is it even possible? I don't have iron boots. I probably shouldn't be doing this. I want to see something. This is just a curiosity thing for my sake, so I'm going to make a save state right here. I'm going to explain here in a moment, but I remember this crashing on Wii U years ago. This is just because I'm curious about something. I want to see if I can take the shortcut right now to Lake Hylia. If I can, that actually can set me up for something I actually need to do, too. But I made the save state in case anything goes wrong. I can't even do this yet anyways if I want. There's a thing I need to do in the lake, but it requires iron boots. Nice roll, Link. Nice roll. Nice roll. Mind you, that's how I'm gonna be resetting myself anyways if I get trapped over here. Huh? Okay, why wolf? That may not. Why can't I transform? The game really is confused right now. Ah, what? Excuse me? Oh, whoa, the game doesn't know what to do if you die in this section. That is why I made the save state. Yes, actually, I have to answer that now. Did I soft lock myself? Yes! It's because I can't get the Master Sword now. The Master Sword got nuked. That's not supposed to happen. Huh. That doesn't... Wait. Hang on. This is why I made the state. I have to revert now. I actually broke the game's state in such a way it's impossible to continue. So I need to see something before we go any further. Oh my, it put me back this far. Wow. Yeah, look, it's like it reloaded something else. Wait, this is not even the right file. What is this? I lost the boomerang. This is before I even did Forest Temple. That doesn't even make any sense. What? Why? That's not the file. Like, this is the file. Look, Master Sword, he's got the boomerang. He's got all the things. Like, what? You want to explain what happens when you die in that state? How does it take you backwards? It's loading a file that doesn't even exist. It's like a load of a different save state. Hang on. I'm not counting this for the total. Health, 0. Die. I'm not counting this for the total because I need to see something. I am very much confused, but what is the game thinking right now? I've never seen this before. Is it just from dying as a human? No, it's dying here in general. It just gets that confused. What? How? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. I think that this is maybe a scripting error in the PC port. I think this is a bug, nothing to do with the game. I think this is a bug of something else. Because something is getting screwed up in a way I've never seen before in my life. I think it's reverting back to one of the previous states if I die in that section, which is never something I've seen ever happen before. Yeah, something got screwed up in the scripting. That's what it is. The save state doesn't even work anymore. I've never seen that. Okay, well that's why we save, because now I have to redo things from that save point. I legit... That might have to be a bug report. Well, that's the case. Then I'm just gonna turn on, where's the thing? B for instant text. Also, we're gonna do a natural cheat code for this, because it's just quality of life now. Because if I have to redo stuff, then I'm doing this. I'm saving once I get into Linear of Twilight then. Because something got bugged out. And that save state doesn't work. I think if I die outside that area, like that state's just bugged now. So something about the state gets screwed up, which I'm not sure what happened. It's like it copied the value of the other save state. And that's not supposed to happen. So if I die, it's not gonna matter. What's going on is the save state is copying data from something it's not supposed to. And unfortunately, loading that state is always gonna be cursed now. So I can't just load that. That state's useless. I'll try it after I get into the section again. I'll just save right beforehand, and then we'll do the same thing. Because something is, like I said, messed up that shouldn't be messed up. Well, I guess now I can show the LGA version of getting that heart piece. I'll just try it. I almost got attacked from that bird. This doesn't lose that much progress. It's only losing, like, maybe 5 minutes based on all the speed things. I don't know. You know what? I can do this now because I got the collectibles. Yeah, it's kind of hard to play this way. I don't know if you noticed. You can map the speed up key to a different button on your controller, by the way. I'm playing with a GameCube controller, so for me, I can't really do that because I don't have enough buttons on the GameCube controller. See, there's a lot of cutscenes you can't skip in the game, so it's probably for the better I'm doing that. Kind of done recollecting all this stuff, but here we are. Nice, first try on that too. I was worried I was gonna miss that jump. I've done that before. Oh, I'm gonna show you also what I was talking about before when it comes to the texture pack kind of glitching something. I'm gonna turn it off for a minute. And look at Link's model now when he warps. You see how when he warps, the body starts becoming more black over time, fading in with the Twilight effect? And then when he gets rematerialized, the same effect happens. That's not happening with my texture pack. That's a bug, unfortunately, in the pack. There's a texture, I think, that's sharing data with another one, and it's overwriting that specific texture, I think. Because I deleted one of the extra folders and it fixed it. But then that deletes like half the textures. This is the real hard mode, trying to play the game this fast speed. What in the world? Well, thankfully, you guys are still very much a pacifist group. Alright. Game's back to how it was. So now what we're going to do is this. I'm going to have to turn off those cheats, because I'm not going to do the fast rolling anymore, and turn off the instant text so I don't accidentally skip through things. And now we delete that previous save state because something got borked. I'm going to reload the area because I don't want to do that sequence again. Alright. Saves the state. Now if we load this one, state 222, this was when I was doing the Master Sword thing before. As you can see, I don't have the sword. This is how the thing was set up beforehand. If I load, that clears that Linear Twilight again, and I got my Master Sword back. So there's something that bugged up in the save state manager. That is definitely a bug report. I might put that in their Discord after this, because that's not supposed to happen. That save state got completely destroyed, and I've never seen anything to that degree before. So I'm going to go back to what I was testing beforehand, because it might actually crash. And if it does, I can just now reload the real save. That was a really weird situation. Yeah, that save state was just cursed. I don't know what happened. It copied the properties of a previous save state, which is not what's supposed to happen. The save states are supposed to be independent of each other. No, nice, Link. Nice. Now watch, if I load it now... He is fine. Yeah, what? I don't know what happened there, so that is definitely an error. How do I get wrecked keys? There we go. I was a little too close to the side before. I kept them jumping out because of that. Huh. Never actually been down here before. That's not good. Well, technically, this is what happens when you get over here. I'm technically at a dead game right now. This is impossible to get back from. So, we're already in that curiosity's sake. So I'm going to put on the moon jump just a little to get back up to here. So I can make the jump proper. You're supposed to do this. Is this even possible? Because there's no water. Wait a minute. I think this is impossible. This is something worth knowing. For some reason, I don't know how this works in the logic of the game right now, but this area has no water. And it gets water after the not the Linear Twilight, the Elden Twilight is restored. Because you can do this after Elden Twilight, and it works just fine. you can take the shortcut because there is water out of bounds. And there's water here in the actual pond. Explain that one. It's really interesting. Yeah, there is no water here. You're supposed to be able to swim out of bounds. There's no... Why did they get rid of the water in the name of Twilight? I don't get that. All right, you know, we're done with the experimentation. I just had to know that for my own sake from before. That led down a rabbit hole I wasn't expecting. Oh, you can be quiet. I don't need to talk now. I'm still doing this bug early, but for a different reason now. I'm just... glad to be past whatever that was. See, this is also why I like doing these kind of challenge runs on stream and even just kind of doing the wacky stuff, because we learn new things about these games that I play. And I've never experienced this kind of stuff before. So for me, this is exciting. I love discovering new things, especially in games I played, like, at this point, close to 20 years. Because I didn't actually play Twilight Princess when it came out in 2006. I didn't get the GameCube version when it first released. And I didn't get a Wii until 2008. So I wasn't able to play the Wii version until then. But for me, it's been about 18 years for that reason. By the way, you just side hop into this and it, yeah, it just clips you through the floor. Sure. Now you see why I did Graveyard first. And I missed both bugs with an attack that normally doesn't miss. That's interesting. We're really doing things out of order, because guess what I'm doing? I want to see if this is shut now. Yep, it's open. That makes no sense. Can I do the sense cutscene now? Oh, that makes even less sense. I did this in the exact opposite order. I went backwards in this cutscene. And now we'll have a good rest of your night, Matt. Take care. There's not too much left for me for tonight. Like I mentioned earlier, I want to get through at least Elden Twilight, because that's a good check mark to go into next week. It sets us up for what I'm going to say will be one of our hardest things in this entire challenge run. So that should give you a good idea of what to expect for next session. I would definitely recommend tuning in for that first hour, because just to get to dungeon number 2 is not going to be easy. It's going to require some interesting workarounds. Oh yeah, Barnes probably also scaring the kids. What's wrong with you? Look, you made the young girl cry. How dare you? Hide your face in shame. Yeah, how do you get in the cellar? Well, you can apparently jump through a closed-up well in the graveyard. I wouldn't do that. There are bugs down there. Oh, wait, actually, I think the exterminator came last week. Yeah, there's no insects in there anymore. They're all taken care of. This dude's like, who's Link? I don't know who this guy's talking about. Yeah, oh man, we can light those candles now. Fun fact about that. You can technically do it as a human. It just doesn't really work as you would think, because that's all I can really do. I can't get the one in the back, so just do this as Wolf. Just worth mentioning that you can technically do this as human if you unlocked him. It's cursed. I don't know if you noticed, but we made the cursed run. This is kind of what happens when you get early Master Sword. This is actually one of the most well-known things, though, about any Zelda game in terms of glitching. Because early Master Sword is something that even, like, non-glitch players or non-speedrunners, they know about in terms of this game. There's that and another glitch very well-known called Back in Time. They're both really infamous for a reason. They were talked about a lot on forums. Back in Time was found by complete accident, because I'll tell the story again when we get to Arbiter's Grounds, because this is where it was first discovered. But someone reset their game when they were voiding out in the sand. And when that happened, then they just somehow went back to the title screen. Hence why it was called Back in Time, because they did this like halfway through the game and reverted them back to a state as in the beginning of the game. That's where the name Back in Time comes from. You wanna light the fire, or? Thank you. I don't know why I wasn't lighting. You wanna come down, or? Okay, I don't think I've ever had him stuck up here before. That was weird. Do I see something else cursed? We're talking about cursed things. Here are some enemies in the room. I physically can't fight them. Notice my B button doesn't have a sword icon, even though it's equipped. Because you can't use swords inside. Human loses. Wolf reigns supreme. You can really do these sections out of order, by the way, when you're human, because now instead of going back out the rooftops, I could just walk out the front door. Game doesn't know what to do about that, though. There is a very specific section I do want to show regarding that kind of camera angle. I'm going to have to make another save state and hope it doesn't break. I can save the game beforehand, which will save my bugs, so that should be fine. Nope. Transform. It's supposed to fall down that hole, by the way. Not do that. Also, another one you were supposed to do. Nice shot, by the way. I didn't need to see nothing but the wolf booty. This is how you're supposed to get into this building. And then you're supposed to leave through the underside into the graveyard, but we can just, once again, walk out the front door, which is hilarious. And another one you're supposed to do, here's another one of those crawl spaces that we don't actually need to use because a human could just walk through the front door. But he can't really do anything else here because this is Mallow's shop, so you're not supposed to be in here at all as a human in this state. So you can climb over this normally, but not as a human being. Nice! The double hitbox, I love to see it. Aye. Well, that respawns me in the same room, but I'm gonna come through the door. How's that gonna work? Okay, it's just a respawn, thank God. Imagine I had to open the door as a wolf. Yeah, not taking a chance that time. Just get further away. Sometimes you jump into these guys when a good attack and it just hurts you. I don't know why. Something about their hitbox. We've seen that before with a bombling. Hitboxes on these enemies are kind of weird at times. Because it's... I don't know, I feel like sometimes I get hurt from nothing. I'm not gonna open this door though, because this is a cool sequence, and you don't get to do this if you're not in this specific part of the game. So, through the window, which breaks as a human too. As a human, that's cooler. And also, Barnes isn't here to tell me not to do this. Yeah, that's right. I lit a fire in your building. What about it? Minna always looks disappointed. Let's not get ourselves there. Alright, I need to save here really quick. And I'm also gonna make a new one of these save states, because this is where things get kind of weird. And it's because of this building. So there's a bug that goes in here. You can't open this door. It's impossible. Even when you're a human being, you can't open the door. But you can still get in it because there's a crawl space. Funny thing is, though, for some reason, I don't know why they programmed it this way, but if you get in here as a human being, the door is possible to open from inside. So what happens if you open this door? Because notice he walked out to a different area. It doesn't have proper coordinates. So it just puts you in the void. It's not even, like, putting you anywhere proper. I can't even do fly mode because this counts as a cutscene the whole time. So it just puts you into this perpetual state. This is a soft lock. I don't know why it exists like this, but again, they never plan for you to open that door, like, ever. So that's why we made the save state. Because if you open that door, it's a dead game. I'm also wanting to see something else now for my own sake. Yeah, that didn't work. It's fine. I just fall down. I don't die. I'm reloading before that guy kills me. But I wanted to see something, because I don't know how to do this. So I'm just going to give this like 1 or 2 attempts. But I'm wondering if I can lock on, like, here? No, I didn't do it. Okay, so I can do this. I can do this. I want to do this so bad. There is another cool thing that I'm wanting now to show, if possible, and it's regarding this bug. And it's much easier to do this because I'm human. Oh, I missed. You can kill that thing before it goes in that hole. It's very much possible. And the game doesn't know what to do if that happens. Nice. Nice bug. As you can see, yes, it's possible to kill that bug before it goes in the hole because it can kill you. Yeah, that's not supposed to ever be a thing you encounter, because that's leading you into a cutscene, essentially. But we find ways to die in dumb ways in this house. If I can't get it, I'm just going to do this normally, but I really want to show this if I can. Because this is kind of weird on scripting. Oh, it's already in the house. Oh. Well, that's where I made the save state. Did I just like clip through the floor a bit? What's going on my height? How do you get this early again? Was it a Minna charge? Or was it just a jump attack? I thought it was a jump attack, but it might be Minna charge. No, you don't have enough time. It is a jump attack. I gotta hit the thing before it hits me, if that's the case. I'm gonna give this like 1 or 2 more tries, and then I'm just gonna maybe find a clip or describe it. I don't want to be here forever, just for a cosmetic. It doesn't help with the bug apparently got spooked. Because he gets spooked around this area that I'm standing, but if I'm slightly more right, he doesn't get spooked, which is kind of weird. This bug has some very interesting properties. Let's just say that. Okay. Okay. He's in the building, so reset. That's why I say I'm only getting this like 1 or 2 more attempts at most. I think it should maybe be my last proper attempt. Because I don't remember what attack you're supposed to do to kill it. Because it is aggressive right now. That's the thing you gotta worry about. I know people do this in speed runs, which is apparently extremely difficult because they're not doing the thing I'm doing. People do this with a wolf jump, and you can get over here, just barely, as wolf. Alright, I'm just gonna move on because I can't attack the thing. If you can kill the bug early, it actually will drop the tier here, outside of the building. And if you grab the tier, the game doesn't know what to do with the building. So it just assumes that this whole sequence we're about to see happens. Because normally, this one bug explodes an entire building, which causes 3 bugs to actually spawn. If you kill the bug early enough, that one spawns these 3 tiers. You just don't go in the building, you skip an entire cutscene. It's just very precise as we're seeing, because the kill the bug is the problem. I don't know how to kill it without getting killed myself right now. It's a 1 hit. I think I'm supposed to do a charge attack. I think that's specifically what kills the bug in question, because I wasn't lining it up right. That's the problem. It's very, very tight on timing to kill that bug. Because once it's in the building, it's in there forever. Also, we're not supposed to be able to get this yet. So, free 50 bucks. I think we don't have to worry about falling as a wolf because he takes no fall damage. I could remember that jump. Remember that one time I had the jump over there as a wolf as a randomizer and it got me 20 bucks, which I called like 3 hours in? Ah, good times. I haven't done another like Twilight Princess rando since that stream, and that was like 2 years ago. But now I'm actually just gonna wait until they do the update for this PC port that added in natively, because it is being worked on currently. I believe it's in a dev branch at the moment, so you can technically play TP Randall now with Dusklight. You just have to download a specific branch to do it. I'm playing on the most recent public release, so 1.4.1. Oh, we got another one of these. Hey. I recognize that tune. It's for a certain horse I won't be able to get until another... At this point, technically a few minutes. This is a Pona song. And our horse should hopefully be around the corner somewhere. So I'll let you hear this one in all of its glory. what your other spirit form is, out of curiosity? I feel like I should have seen him by now. Just saying. I'll find him eventually. Because this one's back in Orden Village. By the way, I really like the graphic of this with this texture pack. Because it really does point out the one-eye look a lot more. Like, the icon's smaller, but it's more detailed. And it just looks really clean. No, I missed. Now I gotta dig this thing up. Okay, thanks. Frame 1 damage, sure. I couldn't even react to that. I was still digging. That's a first. I'm at a lot of firsts tonight in this. That does respawn me here at least, so I'm not having to re-climb up Death Mountain. That is technically a checkpoint. Where's the bug? There he is. I can't remember if the steam actually hurts you or not. I'm not taking a chance. But you know what can hurt you? There's something in this section I gotta be careful about. I think it happens now, or does it happen later? I think it's later, actually. Never mind. Yeah, because Shadow Beast's here. I was thinking of the meteor storm that happens now, like from a volcano eruption, and that, yeah, not yet. Almost forgot about this bug down here. I just kind of went right by it for a second there. Alright, final bug. And I'm gonna collect this as a wolf, but I need to preference this now. Oh, come on, dude. Okay, I guess I can hold off on the warning for a second, because that sure happened. Happy 20, apparently. No, that's right, it even puts me back here, too. You know what? Checkpoint for the checkpoint. Because I did kind of reset my checkpoint area a tiny bit further ahead. Oh, now this happens? Okay, this was the thing I was talking about. So it just doesn't happen on first visit here, but if you warp away and come back during Twilight, this still can happen? I'm learning a lot about this game. Because I didn't know that the eruption happens now. Wait. Is that it? What? Okay, that was a tease. Oh, what is happening in this game? There were some weird things happening here. Alright, again, I gotta preface this now. I'm collecting this as a wolf. The game is not gonna transform me back into a human for this cutscene. We're gonna have some interesting side effects, but just in case things get buggy in a way that could be visually distracting, I'm gonna get a sensitive light warning now. Because when Wolf Link's model is on screen, yeah, you can already see cursed things. It's not supposed to be in a human cutscene, so he kind of bites his stomach. Yeah, this is the sensitive lights warning. Right here. You're prone to flashing lights, you may want to look away. Because, unfortunately, the model is going to extend a little much and start rapidly going back and forth. It's not bad when it's like this. If it focuses on the character, he's fine. It's just if they zoom it out, it might get funky. Hello, Eldon. Eldon's a hawk. Feel like that's significant from our friends back in Orden. Sir, you have a stretchy body. What is happening with you? Are you okay down there, sir? I feel like you're more cursed than anyone can do any magic to fix. You're on your own, buddy. It's like a giant antenna. It's like I'm trying to find the radio frequencies out there. So cursed. Link? Wait, I don't know if that's actually him or not. I think that's supposed to be a wolf, but it looks more like a literal furball. If you think I'm the friend that you made back in Orden, I am sadly mistaken. High five? Is that what you want? You seem to be holding up that paw for a while. Also, I love this introduction. This here is my daughter. It's like, oh, come on. Fine. I guess I'm not needed. Like, Barnes really is, like, the joke character of this. He just gets the shaft in so many ways. But he's also one of my favorite characters in the game just because of just the interactions he has in these cutscenes. Oh, kid. A terrible dream you can't wake up from. Are you not looking at the thing in front of you? That's so garbled up. I can't even describe in words. You just have to see it for yourself. I am in no condition to take any kids anywhere. Have you seen how many bones I have broken? In fact, I think the back leg of mine it's trying to get bigger. I think it keeps on expanding at this point. It's like a funnel. This is getting more cursed the longer he's on screen. What are you looking at? Stop looking at my funnel leg. Oh, also, the side effect of that cutscene, they talk to me as well. Yeah, you can't ever talk to humans as a wolf. This is like the one thing you never can do. So, that's a thing. You can also do this too. Oh, no, I can't. Actually, this is the weird thing. Someone will see you. Transform when there's no one around. They are talking to me like I'm a human being. I don't think it matters. You're never supposed to be a wolf in this section, so they're programmed just to talk no matter what. And that's why it just gets confused. If you want to transform, I don't even know if it's possible to in this state. Okay, no it is. Just get behind a building, you're fine. It won't let you transform in front of them. And then things are back to normal. It's really weird. Yeah, I'm not surprised hearing that one. Yeah, not stream of mine if it's like nothing that's not broken at this stage. Alright, I'm gonna do one more thing because I want to verify the Uku letter. So I'm going to just get Epona so we can get back over to Orden, and we're gonna call it from there. Because this is a lot of progress. More progress than I was planning on making tonight, really. And I'm happy with this. I'm also worried about this. This might be a mandatory death. I'm not joking. This might actually be something we die from, and I have no choice but to take the L. There is technically a way I can skip it, but yeah, there's a sequence here that you're supposed to technically take damage for. I can't transform. Interesting. I could cheat and do this as a wolf. I am curious, though, if I can dodge this as a human, so hang on a sec. Why is it... What? What is with the save state thing tonight? Look, it just reverted me back to Twilight. What in the world is happening? What? Okay. I literally just saved for a reason. That's a new one. There's definitely some things I'm probably gonna report to the Dusklight team, because it's these are new issues all around. A save state is not supposed to reset states as you load the menu, and it's been doing that multiple times tonight. That is interesting and definitely something that should be fixed in the next version. All right, but this is the part I'm wondering: is it possible? Nope, 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 nope. See, it's mandatory death. Unfortunately, with how the game is scripted, you're forced to take a hit there. Because what happens is the Goron knocks you back. And when he knocks you back, then it's like, oh, ho, ho, you can't do anything, come back when you're stronger, and then you can leave. The game state is still set up that way. So now if I leave, it's gonna advance correctly. See? But the only way I can think of, besides warping, because you can warp for that as well. But right now, because of one-hit KO, that is a mandatory death if you don't have access to the wolf form. If you have access to the wolf form, then we can leave by either doing this, because I'm allowed just to leave, or I can literally just run. This is the cutscene that's supposed to play. And you want to talk about it doesn't like my antics? This is why I also decided, let's just get opponent really fast just to close this. You're not ready for the next part. For one, this conversation's a little weird again. I gotta go back and talk to Bo. He's all the way back in Orden. Here's another flashing lights warning. If you're prone to flashing lights, look away for the time being. I'll let you know when it's good. Because the wolf model here gets a little buggy during the opponent section. In a way that's, yeah, that. It's taking up the whole screen. And the best / worst part is that this is when you tame Epona. You can do it as a wolf. You just can't see what you're doing. It gives you the prompts, thankfully, so you can see what you're supposed to do based on the screen prompts, but you literally can't see your character. It's just a little pinhole down in the distance, that's it. But yeah, unfortunately the model stretches a little much and it kind of flickers on the screen because of that. It gets a little distracting. But then you get this effect, which is great. You're not on the horse anymore. Like, even Min has to like, you're right up there. Like, she has to look up to you because you're too high up. Oh my god, you clip out of bounds! Alright, it's safe to look back. Don't worry, the wolf link is gone. He can't hurt you anymore. What? I didn't know you can clip out of bounds trying to get off the horse. That's a new one. Yeah, so you're not supposed to do that. Like, ever, obviously. As you can tell. This has been a cursed night for sure. This is where warping's important, because I can just warp back now to Orden Village, and that's what I'm going to be doing here in a minute. This is why I haven't yet. This is gonna verify, did we get the letter from not using Uku back in Forest Temple? This is important, and sure enough, we got it, so we're good. This is one of 4 missable letters. If you use Uku ever, you don't get this letter. So if you use Uku in every single dungeon that you meet her in, this is impossible to get. If you never get Uku, also impossible to get. So I made sure we got the first one. And next time when we're introduced to the sun, that'll give us the second letter. Oh yeah, that's right, I didn't technically read these letters because of the reset. Alright, but now we warp back to Orden Spring, and this is where we're going to call it for tonight. We're going to start out next week going through this section of the game, and the first thing we're going to probably be doing is getting another heart piece, because we're in a section now where we herd goats, everyone's favorite. So, that was an interesting night. We didn't actually have as many deaths as I was anticipating. I thought we might hit the 30s, because I'm bad at video games, apparently. I say that as I nailed some of the harder tricks in this game. And to start next session, like I said, you're definitely going to want to be here to start off next week to get into the second dungeon, Goron Mines. Because let's just say it's not going to work as you think. So, yeah, this was fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Again, we'll be back next week with this, Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. The VOD is actually going to stay live on YouTube for once. You might have noticed with the Splatoon Raider streams, I'm just leaving them public. I'm experimenting with some stuff on the channel, and the views from those Raider streams alone has really helped overall for the performance, so I'm leaving the streams live now after the fact. If you still want to see a more high-quality version, like there's drop frames or maybe technical issues and such like that, I cut all that out for the VOD, and I'm still uploading the VODs on the VOD channel. So subscribe to that if you still want to, see a cleaner version of some of these streams and cut down versions. And I'm going to do streams from time to time that won't also be on YouTube on this channel. So the VOD channel still have a purpose to exist. But I'm going to be leaving these public and see how they perform after the fact. So a little bit of an experiment there. But that's pretty much all I have for you for this week. We'll be back, like I said, next week. I got more Splatoon Raiders in me. I don't know how much more based on what I have left, but we got that for Tuesday. Twilight Princess, 1-hit KO for Thursday. That's pretty much the schedule for now going forward. With that said, that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here next week. Take care and have a good night, everybody.